never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Authorities are using advanced technology in the search for Nancy Guthrie, including a signal tracking device on her pacemaker. The device, flown low on a helicopter, is intended to detect any signals from her heart monitor. Officials hope that this, along with DNA evidence from a glove that was found near her home, will help locate the missing 84-year-old mother of Savannah Guthrie. An Iranian diplomat says Tehran is actively pursuing a nuclear agreement with the U.S.
Iran and the U.S. are scheduled to hold nuclear talks in Geneva Tuesday. Meanwhile, the Pentagon deployed a second aircraft carrier to the region as the White House weighs military options if talks are unsuccessful. The president says if Iran doesn't come to an agreement with the U.S., things will become very difficult for that country. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Cuba is feeling the pinch of the U.S. oil blockade.
Come in here, dear boy, have a cigar, you're gonna go far.
Just not in Cuba. Havana is pulling the plug on its annual cigar festival until further notice as the country deals with a severe fuel shortage. Premium Cuban cigars are one of the communist nation's main exports, with global sales topping a record $825 million in 2024. The Trump administration cut Cuba off from Venezuelan oil since capturing former President Nicolas Maduro on January 3rd. Cuba's government recently began rationing fuel, and the UN has warned of a worsening humanitarian situation on the island nation as a result. I'm Michael Kastner.
Team USA looks to boost its medal haul in figure skating at the Winter Olympics. U.S. figure skater Isabeau Levito says her costumes are key to the performance.
Usually, my programs have a story behind them. Usually, they can be character pieces, but sometimes they're based off of movies.
4 Americans competed in the pairs free skate. Danny O'Shea and Ellie Kam are 7th. Spencer Akira Howe and Emily Chan 9th. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? Strongtel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a Strongtel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend Strongtel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your Strongtel business system. Strongtel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning Strongtel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit Strongtel.com. That's Strongtel, STRONGTEL.com. It's Strongtel.
During Monday's Pawtucket hockey rink shooting in Rhode Island, players and spectators scrambled for cover. Schools confirmed that all students were safe while police shut down nearby roads and deployed state and federal officials in order to secure the scene and assist victims. 3 deaths, 3 critically injured. Heavy rain in parts of Southern California as the state gets hit with a strong storm.
There will be a concern for flash flooding across especially parts of Southern California.
Meteorologist Andrew Orson with the National Weather Service says watch out through tonight in
Santa Barbara County down through Los Angeles County.
And when the heaviest storms wrap up today.
We have another one coming in for later tomorrow, going into Wednesday, and then a third one that'll be coming through right around Thursday itself.
That same storm system also hitting Northern California.
So areas of heavy snowfall in the Sierra Nevada, we're likely going to see several feet of snow,
which he says is needed to boost snowpack levels. I'm Jason Nathanson.
The National Park Service is evaluating whether parts of Los Angeles County's coastline should become a national park.
The National Park Service is studying whether Los Angeles County's coastline from Will Rogers State Beach down to San Pedro should become a national park. Congress approved the study in 2022, and public input is being gathered through April 6th. Officials will weigh factors like significance, feasibility, and the need for federal management. Los Angeles County Supervisor Janice Hahn says the beaches are shared treasures, and the study will help balance public access with long-term conservation. For USA Radio News, I'm Ron Warner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Then let's get the show on the road. Just like that, here we go again. Ready or not, here comes a new day. What do you say? Let's wrap up a Monday a.k.a. President's Day. Yeah, I checked the mailbox. I forgot. No mail today. And we'll do it again tomorrow, all right? Good to have you with us. Time zone to time zone, we'll turn the page on the calendar. 17th day of February comes our way. Hey, is that considered Fat Tuesday? I believe it is. Yeah, the Mardi Gras in full swing, right? Big time party night. Yeah, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Ash Wednesday. Of course, Lent then underway. Everybody ready to eat fish for the next 40 days? Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Another foggy night outside the secret bunker. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. I am Steve Sommers. Good to have you with us. Hope your week's off to a good start. I know many drivers out there may be back on the road getting the new week started here. Ready to roll around the country. All right, traveler's weather. What do we see tonight? Yeah, we'll say the eastern two-thirds of the country is pretty quiet. Still a little bit of snow in central and upstate New York tonight. It's on the lighter side, and not even seeing winter weather advisories. But again, as I mentioned, fog outside the secret bunker, dense fog advisories through central and western Ohio, southeast Indiana. Not as widespread tonight as we were looking at some 24 hours ago. Then we look at the central and western portions of the country. All kinds of pretty colors showing up on the radar there. Many of these are depicting winter storm warnings, winter weather advisories. Wind is going to be a major factor. High wind watches and high wind warnings stretching from western and northern portions of Texas all the way up into Montana. So really right through much of Kansas, Colorado, Wyoming, Nebraska, Utah, again up into Montana. Winds are going to be a big factor here in the coming day. Let's take a look at California, of course. A series of pretty significant storms will be bringing flooding rain and higher elevation snow. This deep plume of moisture makes its way inland across the West Coast, bringing with it a multitude of hazards this week, from localized flooding, potential tornadoes, to feet of snow in the mountains, and gusty winds. After weeks dominated by weather that was dry, warmer than historical average, we've flipped things around entirely out west. It's going to be a wet week across much of California as this series of storms slams into the state. Multiple inches of rain is going to fall across much of the state, and of course several feet of snow for the Sierra. Forecasters say there are 3 separate storms that are going to be tracking into the western states. The rain field associated with that first storm began coming ashore last night, Sunday night into Monday morning. That is what is now shifting inward. Rain tonight from areas, say, right about Las Vegas, northern portions of northwestern Arizona. Snow, obviously, in Flagstaff with the colder airs there. Scattered showers and higher elevation snowfall in northern portions of Nevada, southern Idaho, another batch in northern Idaho, moving into western Montana. That's storm number 1. Second system is right on its heels, going to be diving south and east off the Pacific Northwest, starting tonight, Monday night into Tuesday night. That brings another wave of soaking rain. And by late this week, the third and final storm of the week is going to be Thursday, focusing along the central coast and portions of southern California. Rainfall amounts with all 3 of these systems will ultimately be widespread 1 to 2 inches across southern California and the Central Valley. increasing to 2 to 4 inches along the central coast into northern California. Now, as the jet stream takes that nosedive along the west coast, it will be ushering in colder temperatures. Yeah, any moisture that spreads into the higher terrain will be snow, and it will be notable amounts of snowfall. An abundance of cold air will bring snow levels crashing down to 4,000 feet by tonight. This week's pattern bringing significant travel impacts to the passes out west, including I-80 over Donner Pass. Through Wednesday, 4 to 8 feet of snow is expected, with the heaviest period likely to be from Monday night and through the day ahead here Tuesday. Anywhere from 8 to 12 feet of snow is going to pile up by the end of the week over the high country of the Sierra Nevada. Now, snowfall on that magnitude will be disruptive for that region, but there will be some long-term benefits because the snowpack is running well below average right now. All the passes across the Sierra could be closed at some point in time between now and Wednesday. Donner, obviously, could be closed on multiple occasions. Forecasters warn those snow levels are going to fall to around maybe 2,000 to 3,000 feet or even lower in some areas between now and midweek as that moisture pulses southward with each storm. Between now and Thursday, there's going to be more than one opportunity for the precip to fall as snow in the mountains of Southern California, particularly around the Los Angeles basin. Locations that could be impacted by snow include Tehachapi Mountains near the Grapevine along I-5, the San Gabriel and the San Bernardino Mountains. Events this week could be the first notable accumulating snowfall of the season in that particular area. They've really been lucky in that region through much of the winter thus far. Meanwhile, how about the warm-up, the big warm-up, spring-like air expanding to the north and east across the middle of the country as we get the new week underway during the peak of the warm-up into the day here today, Tuesday. Temperatures running 20 to 30 degrees above average from Oklahoma City to, say, Des Moines, Iowa. Widespread 60s and 70s across the Plain States. We saw that this past day. By later today, temperatures will be pushing into the 80s through western and central Texas, and then extending north into parts of western Kansas. Dozens of record highs could be tied or broken with this early spring preview coming up here. As the warmth builds, dry, gusty winds, as I mentioned, will be sweeping across the high plains, increasing the risk of wildfire ignition that could spread rapidly. The greatest danger is going to be targeting areas that were, for the most part, missed by the rainfall over the past weekend. That's going to include parts of the Texas Panhandle on into western Nebraska. Further north, there's going to be that dividing line separating the building warmth to the south and the lingering chill along the northern tier where we could see areas of snow, ice, or maybe rain traversing that boundary by the middle of the week. A sharp variation in temperatures, maybe just north of Chicago, where you'll see several days with highs in the 60s this week. With this particular system, the snow, the wintry precip will be confined to the northernmost reaches, the northern plains, the upper Midwest, the Great Lakes, and maybe the interior Northeast. But looking at some of these forecast high temperatures, by the time we get to Wednesday, forecast for St. Louis, Missouri is 74. That would tie the record set in 1971. Forecast high of 69 for Columbia, Missouri. The old record is 71. On over a bit further east, Indianapolis, a forecast high of 68. That would break the record high of 66 degrees for that date that's been set several times over the years. Dayton, Ohio, forecast high of 65. The record, 66 degrees, set back in 2017. Warm air bringing temperatures to near 60 Places like Pittsburgh this week. Washington, D.C. could flirt with the 60-degree mark both today and Wednesday. Further south, even warmer conditions. Hattiesburg, Mississippi, forecast high by Thursday, 82 degrees. Yeah, record would be 83 there. It's going to be a close one. Birmingham, similarly, forecast high of 77, record of 78 there. Tupelo, Mississippi, forecasting 78 for Thursday. Muscle Shoals, Alabama, forecasting 79 degrees. Even Nashville, Tennessee, 75, the forecast high by the time we get to Thursday of this week. Several days of warmth. And then, of course, this time of year, when you have the change of the seasons beginning to get underway, it's inevitable we shall see what they call the clash of the air masses, where a next cold system will try to sweep into those warmer temperatures, setting the stage. All the ingredients are going to be in place for potentially a severe weather outbreak, including all realms of severe weather, straight-line winds, tornadic activity, large damaging hail. We'll break down the timing on that coming up as we move forward here. First, we say hello to Philly Dan. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. Scrapyard, waving all five our way. Tank, good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Happy Taco Tuesday. It's clear but very windy. 48 degrees in Winslow, Arizona. We're pointing towards Banning, California. Everybody truck safe and have a blessed day. Hello to Marianne. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family, all the listeners out there. Have a blessed day. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Rubber Duck, home, still trying to heal up and get back out on the road. Finally had 2 nice days in a row, warm enough to melt some of that snow. You know, I haven't seen grass since like Thanksgiving. It's been locked in, right? Froze up. Kentucky Ken, morning overnight drive crew. Mr. Steve Sommers, God bless all. Be safe. Kentucky Ken is listening in tonight. There's Jerry. Morning, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We had some scumbag lay in wait only to shoot and kill a Beech Grove police officer and critically wound his partner. Such a sad night. I haven't even seen the headlines on that, Jerry. You know, folks, tell them you love them every chance you get. Thank you to Hot Shot Secret and the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, giving us a little place to go and get away from all the madness. It is 844-844-3388.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, looking at Jeffrey checks in from Southern Florida. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Now, there's another one of our Hoosiers, John, as Gerald mentioned a few moments ago. Morning, Mr. Steve, all the overnight family. Very sad for our city, first responders and law enforcement. Beach Grove officer shot, passed it away. Again, John's there in the Indianapolis area. I guess this all just unfolded in the past evening hours. All right, Shorty getting his week started back in the saddle again. I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia tonight with 43 degrees. Orlando turnaround number 1 this week. All right, had my CT scan on the lungs, and my 2 nodules haven't changed. So doctor said, come back in a year. I guess that's good, right? Positive news. Country Bumpkin checking in. Morning overnight drive family. Good to have you on board. There's Crazy Ray, West Michigan. Checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 35 degrees tonight. There's our 2-time world champion bull hauler, Lauren Weiss. 55 degrees, starlit skies on the Hind End Ranch, Dunlap, Kansas tonight. I've got 120 heifers we just unloaded, put on the hay and the water. I'm fixing to spin this powerful chrome-plated cow truck around for the Joplin Regional Stockyards for round number 2. High-speed hauling of high-dollar calves. A special shout-out to the Eskimo mom from the Tall Grass Prairie tonight. All in them heifers. Michael says, good morning from Switzerland. Great to have you with us. Thanks for tuning in. Iron Duck Roll Call Truckers checking in from the Allsups, Colorado City, Texas. We're rolling towards Los Angeles for a Wednesday delivery. Taco Tuesday shout out to the Grump. Keep the rubber side down. So sounds like timing-wise, you might be rolling into some of that ugly weather out west. And with those storms rolling into California there. Safe travels there, Iron Duck. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down, 35 Platkill, New York. Nap time is over. Coffee cup is filled. It is time to roll to Schenectady tonight. Good morning. Clint checks in from Sun City, Texas. Get this day started. Winds later today. Going to be getting a little choppy. Everybody stay safe out there. And there's Bill. Morning, Steve. 38 clear here, Beaver Dam, Wisconsin tonight on the Pizza Shuttle Express. My friend Natalie Decker was having a good race Saturday evening. She was actually in 6th position for a bit. Then she got pushed up to 18th, or pushed back, I should say. Then there was an accident in front of her, and she didn't slow down like she was supposed to, and she got wrecked herself. I give that young lady credit for doing what she's always wanted to do, though. All right, she was born with juvenile rheumatoid arthritis. She's going to try again at Pocono. Drivers, have a great night out there and be safe. All right, she'll see she's in that, the second tier in NASCAR, right? 844-844-3388. So I was doing my evening show prep, came across a post from the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund, posted just a few hours ago here, which reads, today we mourn the loss of Dr. John McElliott, Navy veteran, physician, and he and Dave Nemo founded the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. So he was one of the co-founders there. For more than 30 years, he fought for the health and dignity of America's truck drivers, helping thousands and delivering relief when they needed it most. His impact will continue to live on through our organization in the lives of our highway heroes and the many communities that he had impacted. His legacy will continue to roll on with every driver we serve. Rest easy, Dr. John. You will be greatly missed. Again, so from the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund, I was trying to remember, we interview those folks every year, and I'm trying to recall Dr. John. I can't remember if he was actually at the show or is he having some health issues this past year, so I'm not sure what he was battling here in his latter days, but very, very much remember Dr. John, seen him a number of occasions over the years. I mean, we're going all the way back when we used to go to the Great American Truck Show in Dallas, Texas. All right, rest easy, Dr. John. News on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive brought to you by Industrial Injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions. From injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines. Built for the trucks that can't afford downtime. IndustrialInjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Authorities are using advanced technology in the search for Nancy Guthrie, including a signal tracking device on her pacemaker. The device, flown low on a helicopter, is intended to detect any signals from her heart monitor. Team USA looks to boost its medal haul in figure skating at the Winter Olympics. U.S. figure skater Isabeau Levito says her costumes are key to the performance.
Usually, my programs have a story behind them. Usually, they can be character pieces, but sometimes they're based off of movies.
4 Americans competed in the pairs free skate. Danny O'Shea and Ellie Kam are 7th. Spencer Akira Howe and Emily Chan 9th. In singles, Alyssa Liu, Isabeau Levito, and Amber Green skate in tomorrow's short program. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.92. Mono County, California is up to $5.63. Noble County, Oklahoma, $2.15. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? Strongtel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a Strongtel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend Strongtel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your Strongtel business system. Strongtel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning Strongtel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit Strongtel.com. That's Strongtel, STRONGTEL.com. It's Strongtel.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, driving under the stars atop Christiansburg Mountain, Virginia. 40 degrees at this hour. All right, keep it shiny side up, as he likes to say. All right, Scrapyard just got to the Springdale Depot. Time for some chicken and a Dr. Pepper. Supper time, huh? A double trucker, 41 degrees in Lodi tonight. Some sprinkles here and there. I'm loving these mild temperatures. I actually used Dean Michael, I'm assuming he said Dean last year, with a special situation I was in. He was a great guy, and I highly recommend him if you need some help with your taxes. All right, thanks for the thumbs up there, Double Trucker. I'll tune in later on my way back to Western New York on the home of free speech, a.k.a. Rumble. Santa Claus checks in. Morning, Steve. 48 degrees, Elk Grove, California tonight. We spent the last 3 days up in Nevada City, halfway up the Sierra Nevada. Now, they say later today the snow level is going to be down to the 2,000-foot level. I will send you the current Caltrans road report to your email, but I do know chains are currently required. I-80's already been closed a few times due to accidents. All right, keep you informed. Santa Claus out. All right, it's 844-844-3388. How often do we get to kick off the show with Brother Rambler out of the box? That may be a first.
Yeah, that's right. For Laissez Rabon Roulette. Let the good times roll. It is Fat Tuesday. And before we get started, praise God, before we get started, I want to give a shout out to Dave Nemo. According to his Facebook page, Dave Nemo's last radio show was
Monday.
Past Monday.
Yeah, this past morning.
February.
Yeah.
Yep. Don't know why he is retiring, but I guess when you're 77 years old and you've been in this industry for 50 years, you got to hang up the headphones sometime. And congratulations to Dave Nemo. I met him a couple of times. I used to listen to him. I'm going to tell you a little heartfelt story. My father, and listen, me and my father, Dirty Diapers, made up. We were on good terms when God called him home. But he wasn't the picture-perfect father, and he abandoned our family. Now, I'm not trying to badmouth him because he has repented for everything he ever did. Jesus Christ forgave him, and he's up there in glory now. But I used to listen late at night listening to Dave Nemo because I can get him on my little old radio, just hoping and praying because I miss my father. And I was hoping and praying that he would just call in. I could just hear his voice. And, you know, he never did. But, you know, God does answer prayers. And, you know, when I was about 19 years old, he finally came back around again. And it took a long time for us to get that relationship going. And it was off again for many, many years with us. But praise God, Dirty Diapers and I, you know, we trucked together, we prayed together, and in the end, it was a hard thing for me to see him laying there in that casket. And I tell you, it's a heartfelt thing, you know, to not make an amends with someone that was a part of your life and helped make you. And like I said, the Bible says, honor thy father and thy mother, and thy days shall be lengthened. You know, regardless of how much you may hate your mom or hate your father, you still have to honor them in some sort of way because it was their procreation that brought you into this world. If it wasn't them procreating and you being brought forth from your mother's womb, you wouldn't have a family. So you got to kind of honor them. And I always honored my father, even though, you know, there was sometimes some bad blood there. So shout out to Dave Nemo, and also rest in peace, one of the greatest actors that ever graced the silver screen, Robert Duvall. Man, that was tough. You know, of course, I didn't know he was 95 years old, but man, a lot of great movies Robert Duvall starred in. My favorite was The Apostle. Played a good evangelist in that movie, The Apostle. But on to other things. Want to give a shout out to some of our affiliates, Steve. 92.3, the hub out there in Lubbock, Texas, home of Buddy Holly and the Crickets. Also, Steve, praise God, to AM 1410 AM Portland, Oregon. How about it out there in Salt Lake City? At KIXR 1400 Salt Lake City, Provo, Utah. Let's not forget about Denver, Steve. 710 KNUS out of Denver, Colorado. We love you out there. How about Real Talk? 97.7 Youngstown, Ohio. And, of course, Talk of Delmarva. 98.5 and 92.7. Man, and we cannot leave out our good friends in the High Plains Desert, Steve. 1230 KELY AM in Ely, Nevada. And we got many more affiliates that are tuning in. And, man, I want to tell you what, I want to encourage you to be a first-time caller. If you're listening to us on our terrestrial AM and FM affiliates, don't be a stranger. Don't be shy. Steve is easy to talk to. Call us up and tell us what's going on with your life. What are you doing? If you've seen any UFOs, seen any Bigfoots, you seen any truck drivers throwing pee bottles out the window, you know, good old stuff like that. Call us up, be a first-time caller. Tell us who you are. Tell us what you do for a living. Let us know when you get that $60 voucher, good and redeemable, at hotshotsecret.com. Like I said, Steve, today is Fat Tuesday. It's the highlight of Mardi Gras. And if you are like Gilligan, see, Gilligan said he's on Childersburg. No, he's not. I got him on three-way right now. He's down there in New Orleans. Gilligan, are you there? That's right, Steve. I'm right here. This is the official Gilligan impersonator. I'm wearing my Santa Claus suit because I have not forgotten about Christmas at all. But I am down here partying like it's 1999 in Bourbon Street, Louisiana for the Mardi Gras because I'm fat. That means Fat Tuesday. Ha ha ha. Anyways, everybody have fun and don't remember to go to Lent, even if you smell like a whiskey distillery. Go and celebrate Lent. Get all the debauchery out of your system. All right, back to you, Brother Rambler. Man, he is crazy, Steve. He is crazy. What are we going to do with him, Steve?
Ate up.
Ate up, that's right. But yeah, we're having a lot of parades down here, and if you ain't got nothing better to do, if you go to WKRG TV5 or Fox 10 along the Gulf Coast, they have continuous coverage of all the parades going all day long. I personally am not like Gilligan. I do not participate in Mardi Gras at all. I know Gilligan and Right Wing Nut, they participate, but I don't have no desire for it. But if you want to see the action and you can't get along and you can't get down here, you're more than happy to go and tune in to WKRG TV5 in Mobile, Alabama. And the first parade will be the Order of Athenas. And how do I know that? Because when I first met my wife, she was a member of that all-women's organization called the Order of Athenas. And let me tell you something. If you're going to be a part of a Mardi Gras organization, this is back in 2003. It cost us $5,000 back then.
Wow.
And that's for dues and throws. And that's back then. And I'm pretty sure that's doubled since then. So... but you're guaranteed to have a good time. And it's a year-long thing. They do stuff all year long, and it's very time-consuming because you got to help build the floats and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But my favorite parade, Steve, has always been, and you can look this up, Google this, the Comic Cowboys. And they have a lot of adult fun jokes and some kiddie jokes. They what they do is they have these old Western wagons that they have like plywood billboards nailed to, and it's got a bunch of jokes and sayings, and they just parade all through downtown Mobile and do their deal. So, but that's for those of you who like Mardi Gras, and hey, more power to you. But guess what we're going to have the day after Mardi Gras? Determined Ministries Church, and that's right, you can find us on Facebook, God's Children. Find us on Facebook. We're going to be having our first Ash Wednesday service. The Lord has really moved on my heart to do this. We're going to do it. And we got some people that's already committed. They're going to show up. And, you know, you can just do this at your home or whatever, you know. So what is Ash Wednesday? You're going to start Ash Wednesday is 40 days of Lent. It's doing what Jesus did when he was on the backside of the desert, or doing what Noah did when he spent 40 days on the ark, when God dumped the rain for 40 days and 40 nights. You're going to be giving up something besides red meat. Now, there's going to be a lot of people eating fish and lobster and shrimp bisque and all this stuff. A lot of people are going to be giving up not the alcohol, not the cigarettes, not the vaping, not the dipping, not the pornography. They're going to be giving up the simple things. Well, I can't do without that. I'm going to live without chocolate. Or, come on, man. You know as well as I do that God's been dealing with you for quite some time to give up maybe your vaping, maybe your cigarettes, maybe pornography, whatever it is that God has been dealing with you with, and you have found yourself that you just say, I just cannot do it. February 18th is your day. It's your day to put your faith in action, to give up that one thing that God has been dealing with you about giving up. And giving it up for 40 days. Your first real test is going to come on St. Patrick's Day, because everyone's going to be out there drinking green beer, and you won't be able to. Unless you stay committed, you'll be able to. It's relying on God, and like our Lord Jesus did when he was fasted, and he fasted on the backside of the desert for 40 days before Satan come and tempted him. So come on and be with us. We'd love to have you. We will be live at 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Wednesday, because I've got that day off, and we welcome you and just be happy to have you. Steve, I got to ask you a question. In 1988, 89, 90, you were playing the good country hits, weren't you?
That would have been a time when I was working at Real Country, Dalton, Georgia.
Oh, all right. So now you're going to know where I'm going with this. That was some good time for music. I mean, George Strait was at his peak. Lord Reba McEntire had Fancy going on. Did you ever like an artist named Clint Black?
Absolutely, yes, yeah.
Oh, how many of his hits did you play?
It's Killing Time, It's Killing Me, and so many others, yes.
Walking Away was always my favorite song by Clint Black, and also Of course, Love and Blind, and I can name. Well, I'm off on the 19th because that is who I'm going to see in concert. He has been one of my favorite country music artists for so very long. And I was like, man, every time he came to the Gulf Coast, he always came to one of the casinos, and I don't like going to them places. I mean, even though they got good buffets and stuff like that, I just don't like going because, I don't want to even give a hint of a chance of giving my money away to, just giving my money away to mob bosses. I'll just go ahead and say it. So I worked too hard for it. But now he's coming to Pensacola Singer, and Steve, I'm so excited to finally get to go and finally see one of my favorite country music artists of all time, Clint Black, in concert. Now, if I can just get them $400 a piece tickets to see George Strait one time, man, I tell you what, that would be all. That'd be all right, wouldn't it? So, I don't know, brother. I know you being in that industry, you probably have had a chance to meet George Strait or Clint Black. I know the number one thing you played that you loved was that Achy Breaky Heart, 92, wasn't it?
Yeah. You know what? We just so happened to have, what's his name? Achy Breaky Heart. We had
Billy
him,
Ray Cyrus?
Billy Ray. We had him lined up to be performing. It was actually one of a beauty pageant at the North Georgia Convention Center. Booked him before that song had even come out. And just so happened that was the big hit when he performed that night there at a beauty pageant, no less, in North Georgia.
My Lord. Steve, you could have hustled and made some money on the side. You could have just took, I don't know, a couple of $100 and went and made some T-shirts and made 500 more. Speaking of someone that has hustled, did you hear about this YouTuber, a.k.a. WWE wrestler named Logan Paul? Did you hear what he did? Shocked me.
I have not.
2 years ago, Logan Paul, now I don't know, you got grandkids that do Pokemon cards. Yes. I don't know nothing about Pokemon or what, but my kids like Pokemon. Apparently, 2 years ago, in 2022, he paid $5.6 million for a particular Pokemon card. All right? Now, you and me are old. We're thinking, this is stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Just yesterday, at an auction, he sold, Logan Paul, WWE wrestler, YouTuber, Jake Paul's brother, sold that same card, and he threw in a diamond-encrusted necklace for $16.5 million. He more than doubled his money on a card. On a card that children play with. That's crazy.
Pikachu, no less. I'm looking at it here. That's unreal. $16.5 million.
And a diamond encrusted necklace to boot to throw in with it. My Lord. Steve, we just don't have no kind of luck. Before I go, I will tell you a true story. My wife, her daddy was an avid card collector, and he had an unopened pack of a 1961, I think they were the L.A. Dodgers at that time, a 1961 Dodgers unopened pack. And she had her niece, and my wife, beautiful wife Dinah, was a teenager. Her niece Brittany went and got that pack, opened it, and cut all the heads off of it. And I can't remember some of that pack of cards had the entire Dodgers lineup from 19 players that played for them. I think one of them was Willie Mays. It was tops too.
Wow. Wow.
Oh yeah. Money just flushed right down the toilet. Oh, makes us sick. Well, Steve, I know you got other callers. I know you got to get to breaks and other news and everything like that. And I thank everyone for tuning in to this show, giving Steve Sommers and many of us a chance to entertain you throughout the night. I thank you more for tuning in to Determined Ministries Church. We really appreciate everyone that follows us on Sundays at 5 o'clock p.m. I will not be live next Sunday. It will be a best of. My wife and I are going out of town. We got some things we wanted to do. And Sunday's about the only day we're going to be able to do it because she is in the middle of like our best friend and our tax doctor, Dean Michael. She's doing taxes as well. So that's about the only time we're going to be able to get away. But we will be live this Wednesday night, 5 o'clock p.m. for Ash Wednesday service. Come on and be with us. And guess what happens after the service? Can you tell us what that's gonna be
Probably
about, Steve?
somewhere about the midnight hour Eastern. I don't know. Steve Sommers overnight drive, maybe?
That's right. See Sommers overnight drive. And just think, if you participate in Ash Wednesday service and you give up your beer, cigarettes, alcohol, and pornography, the money you will save, you can take that money, go to overnightdriveradio.com and invest in you a koozie, a T-shirt, and everything else that will promote Steve Sommers' The Overnight Drive. Brought to you by Steve Sommers' The Overnight Drive Radio.com. We love you, Steve, and I'll leave you with this. Love. Love is more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler loves you, and I do. And God bless you. Everyone have a dry, safe, fun, filled night. God bless you. Bye-bye.
Good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in there. All right, underway. Fat Tuesday. That's almost unheard of. I'll have to ask my son about that. Yeah, you got a Pikachu Illustrator Pokemon card. The Holy Grail, it is called. The Holy Grail card. Only 39 of them, I guess, were ever printed, created in the late 1990s. Yeah, purchased that in, 2021 for $5.27 million. And as he mentioned there, just sold at auction for $16.5 million. How about that? It's graded a PSA 10, mint condition, indicating it is in virtually perfect condition. The sale, after a 42-day auction, and it was actually featured on the Netflix series, King of Collectibles, The Golden Touch. How about that? It is 844-844-3388. I guess these original cards were awarded to the winners of a contest in Japan back in 1997 and 1998. How about that? 844-844-3388. What else we have in the mix here? Hey, I got an email from our friend Braindead this past day who says, Steve, I would call in this week, but I'm trying to get rid of this crud I caught over the past weekend, but I wanted to offer my thoughts on the Daytona 500. It was a decent race for it being a restrictor plate race. Yeah, I'd give it maybe a 7 out of 10. I've seen that most people are upset that Tyler Reddick won the race without leading a lap until the last lap. And that shows being at the right place at the right time when the last lap happens. I can't remember how many times a driver at a plate track would start up front, fall all the way to the rear just to come back and win it. When you think about it, this is what the 2311 team needed after all the chaos last season. With that trial, this could provide the momentum to maybe make it to the chase and maybe win a championship. Who knows? I heard Eagle kind of referencing the cost and the crashing out of the cars. Most of the Cup cars cost about $750,000. If you think about it from a sponsor's standpoint, it's like putting your ad on the Super Bowl. Most of the sponsors put extra money to sponsor the car for this race than other races during the season. Yeah, whenever a team is negotiating sponsorship for a car, that sponsor wants the car to run certain races. And what is the cost for that race and the crown jewels such as the Daytona 500? Now, that brings a premium, so it really doesn't cost that much extra out of the team's pocket. Also, from what I've heard, it is one of the team budgets, 5 cars to be totally destroyed during the year, and they have multiple cars as well. This is just completely destroyed, as the body panels can be replaced, unlike years in the past. I do agree with you and Eagle about taking the restrictor plates off, but that's never going to happen due to all the safety concerns. There you go. All right, news brought to you by Industrial Injection. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can keep it working. IndustrialInjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Investigators are pursuing leads in Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, focusing on a man caught on her home security camera. Authorities say he wore a mask and carried a 25-liter backpack sold exclusively at Walmart. Law enforcement states he may have purchased the items locally or online. A DNA profile from a recovered glove could also help identify the suspect. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said dramatic changes are needed at ICE before a bill to fund the Department of Homeland Security moves forward.
Jeffries made the comment during an appearance on CBS's Face the Nation.
We know, and the American people clearly know, that ICE is totally out of control and they need to be reined in because the American people deserve immigration enforcement that is fair, that is just, and that is humane.
Funding for the department lapsed early Saturday after lawmakers left Washington, D.C. for a 10-day recess without reaching a funding deal. At issue is the Democrats' push to reform ICE after the fatal shootings of 2 people by federal agents in Minnesota. Republicans say some of what the Democrats want, such as agents not being allowed to wear masks, are non-starters. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A bipartisan congressional delegation convinced Mexico's legislature to approve a joint military exercise there.
U.S. Marines will train with the Mexican Navy.
We're trying to get them specialized where they can fight the drug cartels.
Congressman Henry Cuellar of Texas was involved in the effort. The training starts this week and runs until April in the Mexican city of Campeche. It's a port on the Yucatan Peninsula. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
U.S. short track speed skater Andrew Hyo is one step closer to an Olympic medal.
Not as fast as I would have wanted to, but I got the job done, finished in first, and moved on.
He won his heat in the 500-meter event on Monday in Milan to advance to the quarterfinals. Hyo returns Wednesday for a shot at the podium. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside,
it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help, and hear stories of strength and recovery at maketheconnection.net.
In response to recent anti-ICE disruptions in Minnesota churches, multiple states are proposing felony penalties for interfering with worship services.
Several U.S. states are introducing legislation to make disrupting church services a felony, following anti-ICE protests in Minnesota. Ohio, Alabama, Idaho, and South Dakota are among states proposing stricter penalties, including prison time and fines. Republican lawmakers say the goal is to protect religious freedom while still respecting the right to peaceful protest. Supporters highlight recent incidents where protesters entered churches, sparking calls for clearer enforcement. USA Radio News, I'm Ron Warner.
Police say Monday's deadly Pawtucket rink shooting in Rhode Island may have stemmed from a family dispute. Witnesses described chaos as shots were fired, and investigators working to understand the motive. 3 people were killed, including the gunman. 3 others were critically injured. Oscar-winning actor Robert Duvall has passed away.
The legendary actor's wife announcing his death on Facebook, saying, "Yesterday we said goodbye to my beloved husband, cherished friend, and one of the greatest actors of all time." She went on to say Bob passed away peacefully at home, surrounded by love and comfort. Duvall died at home in Middleburg, Virginia. He starred in many classics, among them The Godfather, Apocalypse Now, and a host of other films. He also won the Academy Award for playing a former country music star in the 1983 film Tender Mercies. Robert Duvall was 95. I'm Liz Warner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Here we go. Welcome back. Or maybe welcome aboard as we kick off a brand new day. As we close out a Monday from coast to coast, making our way into Fat Tuesday, 17th day of February. They got about 24, 25 hours left to party there. Mardi Gras. Everything shuts down, I believe, like 2 a.m. Central Time. Tuesday night, they'll bring the horse-drawn officers out, clear the streets. Party's over. Like I said, another big day in New Orleans. Good to have you with us, though. Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Hello to Michael from a foggy Newport, Kentucky tonight. He loves the show, loves the callers. Thanks for joining us. Deborah, howdy, Steve. Top of the morning. God bless all the drivers out there. Hello, John Ferguson. Howdy from the Iowa 80 truck stop this morning. I got to deliver this whopping 4-skid load in Fairborn, Ohio tomorrow night. Then we'll reload, head back out. Kind of a sticky 50 degrees. Rather pleasant outdoors tonight. All right, stay blessed. Enjoy the show. There's the Beach Bum. Morning, Steve. Beach Bum had a beautiful weekend. Actually out in the shorts and flip-flops. Right now it's 50 degrees in Chiefland, Florida. Headed up to the meet point, and then it's back to Tampa. We'll be listening in. Have a great show. All right, Beach Bum, thanks for checking in. And I guess you got some of that much-needed rain over the weekend there as well in Florida. 844-844-3388, the number to dial us up. There's Daniel. Good morning from Miles City, Montana tonight. We've got 50 degrees as well. A wind is starting to pick up. All right. If you're late, be careful. Yesterday, winds are going to be a big factor. Everything progressing from west to east with that first storm system that came ashore in California this past day. They're just kind of awaiting for round number 2 coming their way later today. Drummer Girl, check it in Northeast Philly, 38 tonight. We can finally find the right lane on Route 1. It's been, snow and ice covered for weeks, right? Yes, I am enjoying the warm-up. Everybody stay safe out there. All right, final note, I was mentioning my email from Brain Dead, his 2 cents on the Daytona 500. He left off, he was kind of talking about taking off the restrictor plates. He said, unlike years ago, these cars are more aerodynamic than cars from then. If they did take the plates off, these cars could easily run 230 plus miles an hour, which would be very unstable. As they're just as unstable at 200. Think about it for a second. What would have happened last year when Ryan Preece went airborne at 200 miles an hour? If he was going 230, there would have been a lot more damage, possibly injured fans. I mean, if you think about it, Dale Sr.'s death was the last death in NASCAR. But look at all the safety innovations that have come out of that. And yes, it's crazy to think 25 years have come and gone since that fatal day for Dale Sr. All right, look at the travelers rather quickly. Mentioned the big warm-up occurring in the central states, which later this week is going to lead to all the right ingredients coming together, potentially for some really ugly weather, as that warm air surges across much of the central and eastern U.S. this week. Potent storms going to bring severe weather to some areas, while rounds of snow and ice linger over the northern tier. As the thaw progresses, the potential for ice jams will be increasing. With this series of potent storms hammering California and parts of the west this week, these storms will traverse the northern Rockies, then emerge over the north-central states and drift into the northeast. One such storm early this week could bring record low pressure levels in a zone from Montana and Wyoming to the Dakotas. According to AccuWeather, and those low pressure levels, that's where you get the wind field building around. Initially, that storm will be generating strong winds from the Rockies to the plains here in the first half of the week. The combination of strong winds, dry brush, the warm, dry air, boosting the risk of wildfires over a large portion of the high plains where there's no snow on the ground. On the colder side of the storm, the heaviest of the snow east of the Rockies will be over the Canadian prairies. We will see some accumulating snow falling in a narrow band that extends into part of the Great Lakes and over into the northeast. In the central states, the heaviest snow, a general 6 to 12 inches from the northern part of North Dakota into northern Minnesota. Moderate snow on the order of 3 to 6, say for northern Michigan to portions of northern New York, Vermont, and New Hampshire come midweek. Southern edge of the storm, maybe some pockets of freezing rain and sleet from Tuesday night to Wednesday, from near the North-South Dakota border into parts of northern Michigan on over to central New York and central New England. South of the ice, rounds of rain and even thunderstorms will begin to unfold, especially Wednesday into Thursday. Since that first storm is going to weaken as it moves eastward over the upper Midwest, thunderstorms will, with it, further south over the Midwest will be limited on Wednesday. There still could be a few locally severe storms Wednesday from, say, Indiana to Ohio, maybe southern Michigan. The second, likely stronger storm rolls across the north-central states Wednesday to Thursday. The likelihood of severe weather will be significantly higher, they tell us. Locally severe storms may erupt on Wednesday, portion of the plains. Thursday could be a significant severe weather day across much of the Midwest. Thursday's severe weather threat includes the potential for multiple tornadoes. Now, if this pans out the way we're concerned for severe weather Thursday, it could be a nasty spring snapback in an area that was adversely affected by snow and ice in recent weeks. The combination of the ongoing thaw and rain over the upper Midwest, the central Appalachians, and parts of the Northeast indeed increases that risk for ice jams and flooding with those two storms this week. Above freezing temperatures during the day and then below freezing at night, for the most part, have allowed thus far a more gradual thaw to occur up until this week, as this longer duration warmth leads to more snowmelt. The surge of all that water entering the streams and rivers could trigger a rapid breakup of the ice cover. Now, ice fishermen, yes, you are urged to be extremely cautious this week. The ice cover on lakes may begin to break, potentially preventing an exit to shore. It's possible one storm that swings through the Midwest and Northeast next weekend could track cold enough air to bring maybe another shot of snow into parts of the Ohio Valley, the Central Appalachians, and the coastal Northeast. So I guess technically we're it's not spring yet. We're not done, with old man winter per se, but no more of that talk about polar vortex and below zero stuff am I seeing in the extended forecast. There you go. Look at our travelers' weather. It is 844-844-3388. Hello to Philip up and Adam. Good morning, everyone from Florida. Jesse, I'm just talking about, he said the day 4 outlook from the Storm Prediction Center is some pretty serious stuff, especially for this time of year. I see, many forecasters are putting some bullseye zones out there where they're really concerned about all the potential ingredients being in place. Again, for could be a tornado outbreak come Thursday. And there's Marcy says, good morning to all my trucker pals out there. I see you and appreciate you. Good to have you with us. All right, see what Eagle has on his mind. I guess we're up and rolling out of Daytona, making some progress. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, I finally made it out. Yeah, this morning to get back to Jacksonville, to get back to my truck. Luckily, it was still in one piece. Nobody didn't steal it. Jacksonville has gone downhill. Jacksonville used to be a nice place 5-10 years ago, but it ain't nice no more. I think all the people from Miami moved up to Jacksonville and brought their bad habits with them. Because they got a lot of bad areas in Jacksonville right now. You got to be real careful, especially at the some of those truck stops in Jacksonville. got a lot of bad stuff going on. But that's what happens when you allow people in the country that shouldn't be here. But something, Steve, I've been hearing people comment about what I said last night before I get into the politics deal about the Daytona and the restrictor plates on the cars. Like I say, nobody's gonna never agree on what should be done. But like I say, I'm going by what the drivers say, the people that are actually out there on the track, and such as the top drivers like Denny Hamlin and Bubba Wallace and Kyle Busch, these type people. They've all said that they don't even like going to the restrictor plate tracks because the race is not really in your hands. It's just a matter of being in the right place at the right time, such as what happened with Tyler Reddick yesterday. Like I said, he didn't have the best car yesterday. Bubba Wallace probably had the best car. He was up front all day long, and Kyle Busch and Joey Logano and a couple other people. But Tyler Reddick was just in the right place. Chase Elliott should have really won the race, and he got spun out. But that's what I mean. It's not really with the driver who's determining who wins the Daytona 500 at this point. That's the reason why I say that the restrictor need to come off. I don't want to see cars going 230 miles an hour. I think that's too fast. But I see no problem with them going 215 to 220, somewhere in that range. And like I said before, they can build the catch fence higher. People when they all started that, Steve, they had a commercial that used to be on TV. I remember when I was a kid, Richard Petty was before my time, but they always show that wreck, with Richard Petty going down the catch fence. I don't know, when the car went up in the air and I don't know how many times he tumbled, 8 or 9 times with Richard Petty at Daytona. And then people saying that's when they decided to put the restrictors on these cars when Richard Petty had that accident when his car went in the air and hit the fence and almost went into the stands. But like I said before, the technology wasn't where it is now. And they didn't have roof flaps on his car. If they would have had to take that, Richard Petty wouldn't have went in the stands like that. So all these people that saying that it's not safe to drive a restricted car with a plate on it, I think they're wrong because we have better technology. And you look at the wreck that Dale Earnhardt had, and Chase Elliott had basically the same accident yesterday, and he walked away without a scratch. What happened to Earnhardt was he had, first of all, he didn't have a full face helmet on. Like the modern day drivers have, and plus he didn't have the Hans device. He basically snapped his neck in half when he hit that wall at 200 miles an hour. He basically snapped his neck. That's basically what happened with the device they have in the cars now. Your neck doesn't move when you hit the wall running 200 miles an hour. Your body does not take the force of the hit like Earnhardt. That's the reason why he died, because his body took the force to hit the car. Technology wasn't where it is now. So I believe that. I think it can be done safely. Maybe they need to do some testing, but I think it can be done safely I think it can be better racing without the restrictor plates. And I think NASCAR owes it to their fans to at least give it a shot and see what would happen and see if you have better. Because like I told you, the running for 2 or 3 hours, 3 wide, for 100, 200 laps, that's not racing. Like I say, I sat there and watched it yesterday, and you had another guy call in last night and say it was boring, and there were a lot of fans who felt the same way. That when you got cars going around for 200 laps door to door, that's not exciting. Not to me, it ain't. So hopefully now make a change. And you'll see the difference this week in Atlanta, Steve. These cars, when they go to Atlanta this week, the cars don't have no plates on them, and you're gonna see guys making passes. You're gonna see guys going to the top, from the top to the bottom, doing all kind of moves because the cars are unrestrained. They basically can do whatever they want to do with that car. And like I say, we're driving a restrictor plate is like driving a truck with a governor on it. You got your foot all the way to the floor. those guys you see in the race yesterday had their foot all the way to the floor, and that's as fast as they're going to go, is hope somebody can push them. So if you think that's racing by having your foot all the way to the floor and the car won't even accelerate more, then I guess you're wrong. Now, let me move on to this other situation, Steve, with AOC out of New York. Once again, she embarrassed herself. Well, she's nothing but an embarrassment. And shame on, like I keep asking you, Steve, year after year, who votes for these people to put these people to represent them in Congress? They ought to be ashamed of themselves in New York, in Minnesota with Omar and Chuck Schumers and the Pelosi's and all the idiots down here in Texas where I'm at, Crockett and Al Green. These people ought to be ashamed of themselves for voting individuals like that and to represent their state. But by the way, neither one of them represent my state, Steve. I live in Texas, but I promise you, Green nor Crockett represent me because I don't like nothing they got to say. But anyway, getting back to AOC, this woman here has got to be the dumbest individual that's ever stepped into politics, and I hope she does decide to run for president in 2028. Because that'll be an easy cakewalk for any Republican representative. It'll be easy. I think I never, if it's possible to be dumber than Kamala Harris, I think AOC is dumber, and I didn't think there would be any woman running for politics as dumber than Kamala Harris. But I think AOC might be that person. But Steve, she had the nerve to say the other day, she's over in Germany. She had the nerve to say that these people. These illegals in the U.S. are a benefit to this country, and that she sees nothing wrong with these people being here illegally, and that that Donald Trump is trying to implement getting people out of the country that Nazi Germany. She's trying to compare him to a Germany, Auschwitz, and all this other nonsense. The way that he is arresting people and deporting people, there's no comparison to what Trump is doing compared to Adolf Hitler. It's an insult that she would even say something like that. That just shows you how stupid she is. Donald Trump is getting people out of the country, Steve, that are here illegally. These people, Donald Trump is doing what he told the people he was going to do. He's doing the job that Joe Biden and the so-called border czar Kamala Harris should have done. By allowing 10 to 20 million people in the country. Donald Trump is doing things what he was supposed to do, and he's trying to make America great again. And like I always tell people, Steve, you ought to be happy. You ought to be happy every time you see one of them illegals on TV in handcuffs. You ought to be happy because that's another job for an American. That could be you that replacing that man in the unemployment line that got his homeless guy sleeping on the corner somewhere in America. Maybe he could have that job that guy illegally in the country is working right now. So you ought to be happy when you see one of them guys in handcuffs because that means that an American might get that job. And I thank you for taking my call.
Eagle, glad you enjoyed Daytona. Back on the road. All right, Jacksonville, Florida. It's 844-844-3388. Under the industry headlines, heads up, the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, they tell us, has approved 17 changes to the 2026 North American Standard Out-of-Service criteria that will be taking effect April 1. And it's not an April Fool's joke. And while some updates are technical, several directly affect how drivers and small fleets will be inspected when it comes to licensing, ELDs, brakes, cargo securement, even hazardous material placarding. Back in December, the CVSA formally notified its members of the approved updates following the fall issues ballot. According to the official letter, 51 of 70 Class 1 jurisdictions voted. 17 changes again were approved. They become enforceable across North America beginning April 1. Now, if you run, it doesn't matter, 1 truck or 10, you need to understand what changed because knowledge protects your operation. And FreightWaves kind of broke it down in plain language this past day. Starting with licensing and CDL restrictions. Yeah, clarification matters here. Several updates in Part 1 focus on licensing violation and how inspectors apply restriction codes. Yeah, one important clarification addresses CDL and non-CDL restrictions. Previously, there was a lot of confusion about whether a driver operating in violation of a restriction automatically invalidates the license. The update clarifies that a restriction violation does not invalidate the license itself. Instead, the driver would be placed out of service under applicable state law, not federal licensing statutes. Another update addresses the Interstate CDL-K restrictions. They clarified that the intent of the interstate restriction is to keep drivers within their issuing state, not to prohibit them from operating the interstate portion of an interstate trip. Now, there's a number of others. The alcohol threshold has been clarified, tampering with ELDs and falsified records, a major update there. We'll pick up with more on that just ahead. First, news on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, brought to you by Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions. From light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment, industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Authorities are using advanced technology in the search for Nancy Guthrie, including a signal tracking device on her pacemaker. The device, flown low on a helicopter, is intended to detect any signals from her heart monitor. Team USA looks to boost its medal haul in figure skating at the Winter Olympics. U.S. figure skater Isabeau Levito says her costumes are key to the performance.
Usually, my programs have a story behind them. Usually, they can be character pieces, but sometimes they're based off of movies.
4 Americans competed in the pairs free skate. Danny O'Shea and Ellie Kam are 7th. Spencer Akira Howe and Emily Chan 9th. In singles, Alyssa Liu, Isabeau Levito, and Amber Green skate in tomorrow's short program. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.92. Mono County, California is up to $5.63. Noble County, Oklahoma, $2.15. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? Strongtel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a Strongtel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend Strongtel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your Strongtel business system. Strongtel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning Strongtel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit Strongtel.com. That's Strongtel, STRONGTEL.com. Strongtel.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I got a little more information. Several of our listening friends there in Indiana, I had mentioned the officer shot and killed this past evening. And I think you ask anyone in law enforcement, I think they will all tell you that anytime you go on a domestic, as they call it, some sort of a domestic disturbance call, those are the calls you hate to get, because obviously something violent is taking place. No, it could be family members arguing, neighbors involved in a fight, a dispute. But tensions are already running high. So here's what they have, the latest information. It was actually a tip from a citizen that ultimately led the Beech Grove apartment complex, police to that apartment complex, into a laundry room where they did ultimately arrest the man suspected of shooting two police officers. This was a manhunt that went on for several hours, apparently. The capture, announced by Indiana State Police, just minutes after dozens of squad cars lined the street out of the Eskenazi Hospital in Indianapolis, waiting for the body of the one officer who was killed to be carried to the coroner's office. Brian Elliott and another Beech Grove officer were called to a domestic disturbance at this apartment complex. About 5:45 this past evening, both officers were shot, and police put out what they call a blue alert for the gunman. They identified the suspect as a 47-year-old Kenneth Terrell Johnson. At the time, saying, "We will not stop until we find him." Nearby Beech Grove High School was searched. Indianapolis Metro Police Department urging residents in the area to shelter in place. Yeah, there were several road closures. Both injured officers were taken again to the hospital. Yeah, shortly before 9:30 p.m., Elliott's passing was announced at the hospital. The other officer, who was not named, is reported to be in stable condition and expected to survive. About a half hour later, dozens of police vehicles, including those from the Beech Grove Police Department, the Indianapolis Metro, Indianapolis State Police, lining St. Margaret's Drive. Lights flashing, sirens silent. An ambulance guided by two police motorcycles emerging slowly from the bay. At the first traffic light, its driver turned left toward the coroner's office. So that's, of course, the motorcade of law enforcement there. Sad night in the law enforcement community there. I guess that's a suburb of Indianapolis. Not real familiar with the layout there, but all right, we were talking changes. The CVSA outlining some fairly significant changes coming to the out-of-service criteria in the trucking community beginning April 1. The alcohol threshold, a clarification issued there. The intoxicating beverage section was amended to clarify alcohol content thresholds. Wine or beer with 0.5% alcohol content or more, and any distilled spirits meet the threshold for an out-of-service violation if it is in possession while on duty or operating. This kind of aligns the criteria with federal regulations, removing any sort of ambiguity. Now, the ELD and false records update, they're citing this as a major update, one of the most important changes for this year. The language around false records of duty status has been amended. Inspectors can now place drivers out of service when records are false, and the inspector can determine driving or resting periods. More importantly, a new out-of-service condition has been added for situations where ELD tampering makes it impossible to determine events. That's a big deal. If tampering, whether it's by the driver or the carrier, makes it impossible to identify what happened, an out-of-service condition will now apply. Yes, small carriers, they say, need to hear this clearly. If your ELD setup creates confusion, gaps, or missing events, that's no longer just a paperwork issue. It is now an out-of-service condition. All right, automatic onboard recording devices removed. With the removal of the onboard recording device regulations, references to them have been removed from the criteria. This reflects the full transition to ELD-only compliance. So the onboard recording devices days over, I guess. There's several brake-related updates that were approved. Technical, but important. One change moves the condition related to disconnected surface air connections, formerly known as glad hands, under the 20% defective brakes rule. In simple terms, a trailer will not automatically be placed out of service for a disconnected service air connection unless the combination meets the 20% defective brake threshold. Cargo securement. There were two changes that stand out in that category. First, a new hydraulic log securement system has been added to the criteria with defined out-of-service conditions. Second, a wire rope damage chart will now be included to assist inspectors in determining when broken wires constitute a violation. That makes enforcement more standardized, they say. If you haul logs or use wire rope tie-downs, you're the folks that need to review those updates very closely. A couple of others here. Let's see. Wheels, rims, hubs, some changes in that category. Hazardous material placarding has been clarified. The placarding section was updated to clarify if multiple divisions within the same class of material are missing placards, the vehicle is placed out of service. Now, for all the hazmat carriers, this is about doing your job, completeness and accuracy. There's a chart that outlines the 7 types of FMCSA out-of-service orders that's been added to help inspectors in properly applying Part 4 administrative out-of-service orders. For the carriers that are under federal enforcement, that will matter to you. So again, all 17 changes going into effect April 1. According to the letter, the updated handbook will be available for purchase sometime this month, February of 26. It will also be accessible through the CVSA's OOSC app starting April 1. And they actually, I guess they hosted some sort of a webinar last week just trying to outline some of those changes. But there you go, trucking headlines. 844-844-3388. All right, a brand new day comes our way. President Trump taking to Truth Social this past evening. I guess pretty much calling out Horsefeather's governor as a real loser. President Trump says there is a massive ecological disaster unfolding in the Potomac River as a result of the gross mismanagement of local Democrat leaders, particularly Governor Wes Moore of Maryland. A sewer line breach in Maryland has caused millions of gallons of raw sewage to be dumped directly into the Potomac River, a result of incompetent local and state management of essential waste management systems. This is the same governor who cannot rebuild a bridge. It is clear local authorities cannot adequately handle this calamity. Therefore, I am directing federal authorities to immediately provide all necessary management, direction, and coordination to protect the Potomac, the water supply in the capital region, and our treasured national resources at our nation's capital city. While state and local authorities have failed to request needed emergency help, I cannot allow incompetent local leadership to turn the river in the heart of Washington into a disaster zone. As we saw in the Palisades, the Democrat war on merit has real consequences. The federal government has no choice but to step in. FEMA, which is currently being defunded by the Democrats, will play a key role in coordinating the response. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Quite a mess in the Potomac there, right? Don't be fishing. Don't be swimming in the Potomac. Yuck. Hey, on down to Florida, see what Philip. Off to work we go, I suppose.
Yep, I'm on my way over here to get on I-4. How y'all doing today?
Doing all right. Taco Tuesday.
Absolutely. Let's go get a taco today, right? Hey, it's funny. Before I start, it's funny you mentioned that governor and President Trump, because right now those guys are they're like sparring with each other. I mean, I saw a thing on the news last night with him and President Trump going back and forth about the deal with, I guess, did President Trump's staff put out some kind of video that had a deal with Obama and Michelle in some kind of video, and they made some kind of crazy video about them or something. But him and that governor, man, they're just going at it about that video.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's funny that you just mentioned that, Steve, and I wanted to mention that as well. I seen that on the news last night because this governor is speaking out about this video that I guess it's a meme or something that the president's staff built that had Obama and his wife in it, and it didn't set well with this guy, and I mean it was not a very nice interview with this governor. So, but have you heard anything about that?
I actually have not. No, not a thing.
Yeah, I guess the president's staff had put out some kind of video, and they had put their faces on some characters that probably should not have been done, and this governor got beat up about it. And I don't know, you check that story out, you look it up. I mean, I only saw the story on CBS last night, about just a few seconds of it.
Okay.
But moving on, I'm sorry to hear about Robert Duvall passing. That's, you know, I mean, 95 years, that's a good run, but still, anybody passing away, that's not cool.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate what he's done. And then also, Steve, we live in America to where there's a lot of us out here that work every day, and we don't get to live our dreams out, but there's some of us that do. And it's the privilege of living in America. And have you ever heard of a golfer named Colin Morikawa?
Not ringing a bell.
Okay, well, Colin, him and his wife, they announced over the weekend, after he won the Pebble Beach tournament, that they're going to have a child.
Okay.
Well, he also won the tournament, and it was one of the pretty good paying tournaments in the PGA. And it's cool that somebody gets to live out their dream. Now, a lot of us can, but you know what? It's good to see somebody can live out their dreams. And congratulations to Colin and his wife on their coming up baby, and also him winning that tournament. He's been working hard for the last few years. He's not, I mean, I think he's up to the degree of Scotty and those guys, but Rory, and to get where he's at, he's worked hard, and I mean, it's amazing that, just simply amazing that, the words of Grady Judd, it's this guy, he did what he did, and congratulations to him. Now, Steve, did you hear anything about the Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise fight that AI built?
No. That's...
Okay, guys. All right, so the acting community is really up in arms right now about AI. So, I don't know. I know there's some guys out there that have TikTok, and TikTok's got a new AI program, or software that's in with their deal. And somebody made an AI video. It's 15 seconds, and I've seen just a little bit of it, of Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt in a fight scene. And then you look at this fight scene, and you think you're looking at a Top Gun movie or something like that with this fight scene. I mean, it looks like the real thing.
The real deal, yeah.
Yeah. The real deal, and it's bringing a lot of controversy into the acting community about AI. Well, I got news for those folks in the acting community. Welcome to the real world. We're all concerned about AI. I mean, how many people are getting their jobs replaced because of AI? And it's just going to get even worse. I mean, in the music deal, there's a lot of us out there that play music. We don't even want to put our stuff out anymore because these people go out with this AI and they generate things and cut things and take things apart and build their own stuff out of it, and then they add off your revenue. Steve, how many platforms is this show on?
Facebook, YouTube, Rumble. I mean, all the podcast locations, AM, FM affiliates. Yeah, obviously the internet itself, Overnight Drive Radio, all over the place.
Absolutely. Now, let me tell you one of the things that's happening right now, and it's happening a lot. Okay, say you have your stuff on TikTok, and I'm just using them as an example. Somebody could download your show off of that platform, go to another platform, and get all the people liking their stuff, and they're not helping you out at all. And that's happening a lot. I mean, guys like FSC and those guys, they have got to watch what's going on now with their platforms, because a lot of people are stealing their content now and putting it on their own platform and generating revenue for their platform.
Right.
And that's happening a lot. I mean, a lot, especially in the Facebook community, because what's happening there is there's a lot of things coming off of TikTok, and then it's getting put on another platform on Facebook, and then they're getting all the revenue off of Facebook. And that's something else that's happening with AI and a lot of different things like this. And I know Kyle and those guys where you work at, they take care of you. I know they do, Steve. And I know they're watching it like a hawk. But there's some of the smaller ones that are become influencers now, and they're having a lot of people steal their stuff and taking away their revenue. And it's happening. I mean, there's one down here in Florida, Royalty Auto Service. Gentleman and his son, they have a channel. They are auto mechanics, and they're out there trying to help people with auto mechanics, and that's what, are mechanicing on a car?
Yeah.
And just different things, and people are doing that with them. There's quite a few of them. By the way, Steve, do you like donuts?
Absolutely.
Okay, if you're ever in Winfield, Kansas, now there's a new one that I just found on Facebook, and I really, I live down here in Florida, but I would really like to travel a little bit. I would love to go out to Winfield, Kansas, because there's a guy out there, his name's Ike, and Ike has a donut shop, and his thing on Facebook is Ike's Donuts.
Mm-hmm.
And if anybody gets a chance to watch old Ike, that is the quintessential guy that runs the donut shop. You need to go and see this guy's his page on Facebook and whatnot, because Ike is just laid back, making the donuts, and he has, I believe, 2 shops out in the Winfield, Kansas area is where he's at. And if you're ever out that way, I know Grump and a bunch of them live over that area over there. They check that out. The guy looks like amazing. He does really good work, and you know what? Wouldn't be surprised to see a bunch of people go out there from Florida to see Ike. So, but that's pretty much all I got today, buddy. And by the way, yesterday I got to work, and I actually stepped out of the car, and guess what I saw? I saw a rocket taking off. So SpaceX nailed another one yesterday.
How about that?
And we got some more stuff coming down the pike, so keep an eye out with it. We'll catch you later, buddy. And that's all I got today. Thank you.
All right. Just every 2-3 days, SpaceX. Launch after launch after launch. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. We're highlighting, I mentioned some of these forecasters and whatnot. Talking, it's very unusual. We've got the Storm Prediction Center, I think that's in Norman, Oklahoma, if memory serves, where they're headquartered there. And typically, if there's a ugly weather event, coming together, they try to give 24 or 48 hours notice that, hey, we're really highlighting, we're really concerned. Yesterday, Monday, the Storm Prediction Center flagging a zone 4 days in advance. That almost never happens. Last time it happened was back in October, and it turned out to be pretty ugly. They've flagged Thursday for a severe weather event across portions of the Ohio and Mississippi valleys, damaging winds and tornadoes. Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, Tennessee, West Virginia. That zone from, say, Louisville, Cincinnati, Nashville. Everybody needs to kind of pay attention. And Ryan Hall is one of those forecasters that kind of highlighted how unusual it is to flag something 4 days in advance. Now, artificial intelligence, Philip, matter of fact, how many jobs will it be taking away? Just this past day, I had printed this up to delve into. Artificial intelligence appears to be here to stay. And for what they reference as white-collar workers, you have a good reason to hate it. At least according to one top Microsoft executive in an interview with the Financial Times. Microsoft's AI CEO, Mustafa Suleyman, shared some sobering thoughts on where AI is headed. He believes artificial intelligence will be advanced, sophisticated, and widespread enough that it's going to replace white-collar workers within 18 months. I mean, almost all. He said, I think we're going to have a human-level performance on most, if not all, professional tasks. Speaking to the Business Insider, he went on to say, so white-collar work, where you're sitting down at a computer, either being a lawyer or an accountant or a project manager or a marketing person, most of these tasks are going to be fully automated by an AI within the next 12 to 18 months. That's not long, right? Yeah, let's pause there. It's 844-844-3388. News update brought to you by Industrial Injection. Heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines. Built for the trucks that cannot afford downtime. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Authorities are using advanced technology in the search for Nancy Guthrie, including a signal tracking device on her pacemaker. The device, flown low on a helicopter, is intended to detect any signals from her heart monitor. Officials hope that this, along with DNA evidence from a glove that was found near her home, will help locate the missing 84-year-old mother of Savannah Guthrie. An Iranian diplomat says Tehran is actively pursuing a nuclear agreement with the U.S.
Iran and the U.S. are scheduled to hold nuclear talks in Geneva Tuesday. Meanwhile, the Pentagon deployed a second aircraft carrier to the region as the White House weighs military options if talks are unsuccessful. The president says if Iran doesn't come to an agreement with the U.S., things will become very difficult for that country. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Cuba is feeling the pinch of the U.S. oil blockade.
Just not in Cuba. Havana is pulling the plug on its annual cigar festival until further notice as the country deals with a severe fuel shortage. Premium Cuban cigars are one of the communist nation's main exports, with global sales topping a record $825 million in 2024. The Trump administration cut Cuba off from Venezuelan oil since capturing former President Nicolas Maduro on January 3rd. Cuba's government recently began rationing fuel, and the UN has warned of a worsening humanitarian situation on the island nation as as a result. I'm Michael Kastner.
Team USA looks to boost its medal haul in figure skating at the Winter Olympics. U.S. figure skater Isabeau Levito says her costumes are key to the performance.
Usually, my programs have a story behind them. Usually, they can be character pieces, but sometimes they're based off of movies.
4 Americans competed in the pairs free skate. Danny O'Shea and Ellie Cam are 7th. Spencer Akira Howe and Emily Chan 9th. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? Strongtel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a Strongtel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend Strongtel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your Strongtel business system. Strongtel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning Strongtel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit Strongtel.com. That's Strongtel, STRONGTEL.com. It's Strongtel.
During Monday's Pawtucket hockey rink shooting in Rhode Island, players and spectators scrambled for cover. Schools confirmed that all students were safe while police shut down nearby roads and deployed state and federal officials in order to secure the scene and assist victims. 3 deaths, 3 critically injured. Heavy rain in parts of Southern California as the state gets hit with a strong storm.
There will be a concern for flash flooding across especially parts of Southern California.
Meteorologist Andrew Orson with the National Weather Service says watch out through tonight in
Santa Barbara County down through Los Angeles County.
And when the heaviest storms wrap up today.
We have another one coming in for later tomorrow, going into Wednesday, and then a third one that'll be coming through right around Thursday itself.
That same storm system also hitting Northern California.
So areas of heavy snowfall in the Sierra Nevada, we're likely going to see several feet of snow,
which he says is needed to boost snowpack levels. I'm Jason Nathanson.
The National Park Service is evaluating whether parts of Los Angeles County's coastline should become a national park.
The National Park Service is studying whether Los Angeles County's coastline from Will Rogers State Beach down to San Pedro should become a national park. Congress approved the study in 2022, and public input is being gathered through April 6th. Officials will weigh factors like significance, feasibility, and the need for federal management. Los Angeles County Supervisor Janice Hahn says the beaches are shared treasures, and the study will help balance public access with long-term conservation. For USA Radio News, I'm Ron Warner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Finally, truck and tractor pulling is back. This is the NTPA Overnight Report from the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio. I'm Greg Hunter. The 2026 polling season is officially here. Some regulars on the NTPA schedule made the trip to the National Farm Machinery Show in Louisville. The custom-built track with a mixture of different clay was full of action from Wednesday through Saturday last week. The track was short, but the horsepower was big. The win in Superstock tractors went to the 2025 Grand National champ Terry Blackburn, winning both the prelim and the finals. In limited pro stocks, Adrian Cox went just over 234 feet for the win in his Hickory Hooker. High maintenance piloted by Josh Miley took the win in Super Farms with a hook of just over 231 feet. In two-wheel drive trucks, the distance of 226 was enough for Matt Seitz and his Buckeye Hooker 2 to lock up the win on Saturday. And rounding out the classes in Louisville were the modified four-wheel drive trucks. With a hook of 236, Larry Peterson aboard Profab Geared Up took the win. Up next on the NTPA schedule comes in 3 weeks, the Yoder Popcorn Invitational in Fort Wayne, Indiana. We've talked about this weekend before, as it's a weekend of pulling and monster trucks. Now we know the classes of pullers that are making their way to the Hoosier State. Pro Stock tractors, two-wheel drive trucks, mini modified, light Pro Stock, hot farm, and Pro Stock diesel 4x4 trucks all take to the indoor track at the Allen County Memorial Coliseum. If you want to catch all 4 shows, it's Pulling Friday at 7, Saturday at 1 it's Monster Trucks, Pulling again Saturday at 7, and Monster Trucks Sunday at 2. Both nights of Pulling will also be live on Full Pull Live. Following the Yoder Popcorn Invitational, it's the Southern Swing on the calendar, and it'll be big. Friday the 13th, Zellwood, Florida will be hearing the roar of NTPA polling. The first hook is at 6:30 with Pro Stock 4.1 tractors, Super Stock diesel trucks, mini modified and light modifieds all taken to the track, with the same classes the following night at the same time. And then the following week, the pullers move to Satsuma with the same classes both Friday and Saturday. Some names committed to making the trip to Zellwood and Satsuma. For Super Stock diesels, it's Craig Dickey, 4.1 limited Pro Stock pullers Steve Bausma, Nick Galetz, and Stephen Long, mini modified pullers Jeff Hurt, Cody Edwards, Troy Arnett, and Chase Richardson. Light modified includes Terry Feiss, Johnny Payne, and Les Corporal. Superstock diesel trucks will have Marshall DeBrew and Jeremy Yoder. And the best part of these hooks? Back-to-back weekends, and if you can't make it to Florida to see them in person, you can see them live on Full Pull Live. We've waited long enough, and now pulling is back. Unfortunately, after the Southern Swing, pulling takes a break as farmers head back to the fields, so make sure you catch the action either in person or on Full Pull Live. This week on NTPA Championship Pulling, you can relive the 2025 Enderley Pull-Off. The biggest horsepower and the best drivers hit the track for the 2025 titles. Don't miss NTPA Championship Pulling every Wednesday at 8 on RFD TV. If you don't have RFD TV, you can download the app and watch pulling from the palm of your hand. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Can you believe it? Pulling season is back. And as Greg mentioned there, had the 4 nights of action. Louisville, Kentucky, there at the big farm and equipment show last week. Pulling will return to Louisville for the conclusion of the Mid-America Truck Show again this year. I believe it's the MAC Nationals making the return there Saturday, 5 o'clock, right after the Mid-America Truck Show concludes. The show that runs Thursday, Friday, Saturday. The truck show itself wraps up 4 o'clock Saturday afternoon, and pulling gets underway 5 o'clock Eastern. So another reason maybe you want to see if you can make it into Louisville for the big show. All right. What do you have? Pappy checking in. Saddle up, Nocturnal listeners. Better late than never, right? I was busy draining the waterbed and installing the new foam mattress. I'm not sure about this. 42 years on a waterbed. This is a first. I think I'm probably going to have to get a softer one down the road. It's too firm. Anyway, 37 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Well, the weather gods are talking 66 degrees on Wednesday. All right. Snuggle up to whomever or whatever, hopefully on a softer mattress. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. And as always, sunny side up. Don't forget to watch your 6. I mean, Pappy, you talk about the last of the Mohicans. I haven't known anyone that was still sleeping on a waterbed for several decades. Do they even make those things anymore? That was That was a big thing back in, the 70s and 80s, the waterbed. Yeah, my daddy had one. Princess's mom at one point had one. It was the craze at one point in time. All right, end of an era, huh? Hello, Gary. Gary in Montgomery. Morning, Steve. All the overnight crew on this Taco Tuesday. There you go. Daniel. Talking ELDs. Biggest thing I see with ELD when they malfunction, and you call the tech support to get a claim number because they have a problem with their electronic logbook, that claim number doesn't mean nothing. You're the one that gets in trouble because the thing's supposed to work, but when they don't, they know it doesn't always work. And that's why we've got to carry 8 days of paper logbooks. I get so tired of that ELD crap. I've never had to call to get a claim number for a paper log malfunction. Well, come to think of it, you're right there. Who else we got checking in? There's Mr. Schwartz. Peter, good morning, everyone from South Dakota. South Dakota this morning. Billy, hello, Steve, the overnight folks. Happy Taco Tuesday, 36 degrees, Beulahville, North Carolina. Rolling up towards Garysburg, then it's back down to Jacksonville, North Carolina. Okay, 844-3388. We left off there before the news break. Artificial intelligence, white-collar jobs. You may not have a job in a year. According to the AI CEO of Microsoft, he's talking about all these jobs being replaced. Jobs where you sit down at the computer, as he left off. Lawyer, accountant, project manager, marketing person. Most of those tasks will be fully automated within the next 12 to 18 months, he says. Now, I said this development is already observable in more specialized tasks like software engineering, which have already seen heavy and growing artificial intelligence usage. It's a quite different relationship to the technology, and that's happened in just like the last 6 months, he says. Now, these sort of prognostications from the likes of Microsoft shouldn't really be all that surprising to us. Their investment into AI has already cost a number of jobs. In December, Microsoft's CEO announced a massive $17.5 billion AI investment into India. While massive businesses making even more massive investments into the country is not unheard of, Microsoft's excited announcement came just months after Microsoft had gone through their own several very painful rounds of layoffs. And this does kind of connect back to Sullivan's interview. Some of the biggest cuts in Microsoft's layoffs occurred within their Xbox video game division. And what is one of the primary fields that fuels a video game company? That is it, software engineering, which Sullivan noted was already taking a number of jobs, considerable ground being overtaken by AI. Right along that line, artificial intelligence, all these massive data centers, right? I did finally get my utility bill. I got dinged for $510 for the past month. Now, I live in a little 3-room flat, no basement, no upper level, just a ranch style, as they call it. I can't imagine people with basement, bi-levels, larger homes. Why are we paying so much? Yes, it's been a very cold winter, right, in the eastern 2/3 of the country. We know that. But the electrical cost, the cost per kilowatt hour continues to rise. One of the big contributors to that is all this electric being gobbled up by these data centers. They tell us yesterday the Trump administration is looking at ways to require the technology companies that build these data centers to absorb all of the associated utility and infrastructure cost. As electricity prices continue to rise, CNBC reports that Peter Navarro, the president's trade and manufacturing advisor, announced over the weekend the White House may implement policies forcing data center operators to internalize their full operational cost amid the growing concerns about the strain. What were we just talking about? The artificial intelligence infrastructure is placing on the nation's electric grid and rising consumer bills. Navarro stated that major technology companies need to pay for all the expenses associated with their data center operations. All these data center builders, from Meta on down, they need to pay for all the costs. Not only pay for the electricity they're using on the grid, but they have to pay for the resiliency that they're affecting as well. They need to pay for the water. Now, in response to those comments, a Meta spokesperson asserted that the company already covers their energy expenses, stating that Meta pays the full cost for energy used by our data centers, so they're not passed on to consumers. And we go beyond that by paying for new and upgraded local infrastructure, as well as adding new power to the grid. But all this discussion about data centers, as electricity prices have increased significantly, up nearly 7% over 1 year last year, no signs of declining. Navarro attributed these rising costs to the previous administration, saying, "I just want to assure people we're on it. We feel your pain. We understand the ravages that inflation took on you because of the Biden administration's irresponsibility. We're addressing that with economic policy that will make wages rise faster than the inflation rate, and that is the key to affordability. We've already taken preliminary steps to address data center energy consumption. Last month, several states joined the White House in signing an agreement urging PJM Interconnection, the largest grid operator, to require major technology companies to finance new power plants. PJM manages the grid in regions with high concentrations of data centers, including Northern Virginia, New Jersey. That agreement called for $15 billion in new generation capacity within that network to be funded by the technology companies. It also requested that the operator conduct an emergency auction to secure additional power. This initiative proceeds even as the administration opposes some of the offshore wind projects there in the Northeast, some of which will have received full permits or were already under construction. It is 844-844-3388. Well, what do you say, horse feathers?
Morning, Your Honor. So they had the farm show deal down there at the Louisville Convention Center. Are they going to leave that dirt in Freedom Hall until the Mid-America Truck Show so that they have it for that? Or are they going to pick it all up and carry it away and pile it up wherever they pile it up? And
I guarantee you, it's already out of there. It's already moved. I mean, they'll have too many events in there between now and then.
All right. I didn't know if they put a floor over top and just leave the dirt or what they done with it there.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of work moving all that dirt back and forth. They probably wear that dirt out.
You got to remember, there's going to be a Friday night concert in there. Before, So, Friday night concert ends, 10, 11 o'clock. The trucks immediately, first of all, they got to take all the seats and everything, the stage down, and then they start rolling in the dirt trucks.
That's right. So, yeah. So, anyways, I guess that's the typical procedure there. They know what they're doing. I don't know. I think they've staged that dirt somewhere. I wouldn't be surprised to keep it undercover so that it stays, the consistency they need. They don't need it getting rained on and all that. And so Rambo there, he was saying earlier there about Noah spending 40 days on the ark there. Do you think Noah there? You think his Lent thing was the breathing the air on the ark? I mean, do you think that was he was ready to give up breathing the air on the ark after 40 days, or because you them 2x2 animals and all them animals backs up in that ark there for 40 days. Can you imagine what it smelled like in that boat? Just saying, Your Honor.
Probably pretty ripe.
I'm thinking. So, anyways, there. So, yeah, Dr. John, what kind of a surprise to hear that there yesterday morning there. So I assume that he passed over the weekend there. I would take it because I'm not sure exactly what the date was in that. But
the little blurb that I had from St. Christopher didn't mention that they didn't mention his age. They didn't mention, I don't know. Do you remember? Was he at the show this past year, or was he having health issues?
I haven't heard anything about any health issues. He was in Vietnam. He was a Navy corpsman in Vietnam, and of course, being a Navy corpsman, you think you're going to be on a ship, except for the Navy is the support for the Marines. So, guess what happens when the Marines go somewhere? Well, the Navy has to go and support them. So the Marines don't have a medical staff, so the Navy corpsmen actually have to go into the combat area. So he was actually in combat in Vietnam, patching up Marines and getting them on helicopters. And I guess at one point he was helicoptered into a place, and so injured in that procedure. But yeah, when he got back here, and so he's he had to be same age as Mr. Nemo there, pushing the mid to higher 70s, maybe closer to 80. I mean, we're looking at that. I mean, I know my cousin was in Vietnam as a Marine. He was he's 77, 78. So yeah, so probably right there in that range. But he came back and started working as a physician's assistant and things, and then ended up getting his doctor. And, but, I don't know how it ended up that he saw the trucking industry and truck drivers, needing medical attention, just because of just kind of getting lost in the, well, I guess it was because of the service and that, I don't know, the practice, I guess it was the practice he was in as a physician's assistant. And he was getting, these guys that were service guys that had come back and had become truck drivers and really realized how unhealthy our careers are, or lifestyles are, or whatever you want to call this thing that we do. So he was kind of wanted to try to make things better. And then at one point there, sometime in the early 2000s, he started this thing called PDMD. Paul Michael, Paul David Michael Dave, PDMD. And so anyways, it was kind of a setup that was pretty much a trailer, and they were trying to get them as close to truck stops as they could, and trying to help in that. And I don't know what happened with that. It really didn't take off the way they'd hoped. I mean, I knew they were trying to set up like 8 or 10 of them at one time to get them all rolling, and but they were trying to be like a minute clinic type thing, and I know there was more of that was done later on with St. Christopher, that they were able to do that with some of the truck stops. But yeah, he was all about the health of the truck drivers. I know there was a couple shows he was at that I mean, he'd see people come into the show and he'd say, "Hey, come over here and sit down for a minute. Let me take your vitals and look at you." And pretty much say, "Hey, we're getting a taxi cab and we're headed for the hospital because you're not going to be here tomorrow if we don't go to the hospital today." And so, anyways, it's kind of a big loss to the trucking industry there, because I mean, he was a person that cared about people ahead of himself. So I don't know. I guess that's the best we can say. But anyway, drummer girl, she was saying something about the snow kind of getting out of Route 1 there on the right lane, which I have to go back to saying again that this is probably the worst handled snow event I think I've ever seen in my life. I mean, from growing up in upstate New York and, being up there in the 70s and 80s and just, I mean, we had snow from November to Mother's Day, it seemed like. We never had a problem finding the road. I mean, you plow the road, and of course up there, we run a lot of trucks with wings and everything and can push the snow back. But I still got a road here, a state highway. You can't even. Still the snowbank's a foot over the white line into the driving lane. I mean, what are we pushing? Almost 3 weeks from the time of the storm. They can't get back out and finish pushing the snow off. So, but I got a question for you about Cincinnati, and we'll compare it to Baltimore and Maryland if you want to hold over through the, you got your break here coming up in about 30 seconds or something.
Indeed we do. And I did find, Freight Waves did break down a bit more about Dr. John. He was 80 years old, as a matter of fact. So there you go. Yeah, right up there, 80 years old. We'll give you the rest of the story, as I say, who had Dr. John, if you weren't with us in our first hour, has passed away. 844-844-3388. News on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, brought to you by Industrial Injection. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Authorities are using advanced technology in the search for Nancy Guthrie, including a signal tracking device on her pacemaker. The device, flown low on a helicopter, is intended to detect any signals from her heart monitor. Team USA looks to boost its medal haul in figure skating at the Winter Olympics. U.S. figure skater Isabeau Levito says her costumes are key to the performance.
Usually, my programs have a story behind them. Usually, they can be character pieces, but sometimes they're based off of movies.
4 Americans competed in the pairs free skate. Danny O'Shea and Ellie Kam are 7th. Spencer Akira Howe and Emily Chan 9th. In singles, Alyssa Liu, Isabeau Levito, and Amber Green skate in tomorrow's short program. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.92. Mono County, California is up to $5.63. Noble County, Oklahoma, $2.15. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled. And it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives. And MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Back at it here. Again, for those who may not have been with us in our first hour, affectionately known by most in the trucking community as Dr. John. His actual name, Dr. John McElliott, a physician, Navy veteran, co-founder of the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund, along with Dave Nemo. Dedicating more than 3 decades to improving the health and financial stability of the American truck driver. Has passed at the age of 80. Over the course of his career, directly helped thousands of drivers and reached more than 5,000 others through the Relief Fund, which has provided more than $5 million in financial assistance to drivers forced off the road due to illness or injury. He was named to the Wall of Fame at the Mid-America Truck Show for his contributions to the industry in 2023, where he focused on occupational health for professional drivers. According to his wife, Lisa, Dr. John worked tirelessly for more than 30 years to support truck drivers. His sacrifices for others went above and beyond. Of course, he was a regular guest on Sirius XM's Road Dogg Trucking channel, where he shared practical medical insight, wellness advice specifically for drivers. Through radio appearances, clinic work, and industry events, he became a recognizable advocate for trucker wellness all over the country for more than 30 years. He operated 2 occupational health clinics with the primary focus on truck drivers, a population he believed was underserved and too often overlooked. Also in 2023, he received the East Tennessee Healthcare Hero Lifetime Achievement Award for his service. Born September 17 of 1945 in Big Spring, Texas, McElligott moved as a child to Terminal, Texas, graduated from Midland High School 1963, joined the U.S. Navy in 64, served as a Navy corpsman attached to the Marines, as Force Feathers mentioned, during the Vietnam War. After his service, enrolled in the Physician Assistant Program at Duke University, graduating at the top of his class. Later earned a Master of Public Health in Occupational Health and Safety from the University of Tennessee, attended medical school, and completed his residency at Yale Griffin Hospital, finishing at the top of his class at the age of 40 at the time. Then becoming a board-certified internal medicine physician and a fellow of the American College of Physicians. Early in his career, he served as assistant medical director at UT Medical Center, Southwestern Medical School, Parkland Hospital, advocated nationally for the advancement of physician assistants. Beyond medicine, Dr. John sought to open doors for others. 2020 established the Water in Midland Career Fund through the Odessa College Foundation to assist students pursuing vocational and technical trades, with preference being given to military veterans. That fund provides tuition and equipment support for 7 students on an annual basis. He also launched a blog in 2019 celebrating the accomplishments of Midland, Texas graduates from 1955 to 65, from a struggling student to a decorated physician, from Navy corpsman to national trucking health advocate. His story is one of perseverance and purpose, said the news release this past day from the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. So there you go. Freight Waves had the rest of the story, I guess you'd say. All right, welcome back, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks a lot there. And add one more thing there. He actually got to be able to go do his physician's assistant thing there with the college through the GI Bill. So after being in the Navy, he used the GI Bill to actually, that was his financial assistance for actually being able to go on and do that. So, But anyways, what a great person we had in the industry to help us, and I sure hope there's at least 1 or 2 or 3, 4 or 5 people that might be able to step into his shoes to help, take over what he started and continue for us. Anyways, anyways, with this snow, Baltimore had this issue of when you plow the snow in the city, it ends up on the sidewalks, and then the people are supposed to shovel the sidewalks, but if the only place they have to shovel the sidewalks to is back out in the street, and then the people come by and plow the street back onto the sidewalks, and it's kind of a vicious cycle there, except for the city was actually making money on the residents because anybody that didn't get their sidewalk shoveled got fined for not shoveling their sidewalk. So anyways, at some point the residents started yelling a lot, and the city did finally come along with front end loaders and dump trucks and started hauling the snow to somewhere, and it ended up being the M&T Bank Stadium, which is the home of the Ravens. And so anyways, we got this big mountain of snow now in the parking lot that's right next to the Inner Harbor of Baltimore. And which the Inner Harbor of Baltimore is actually attached to the Chesapeake Bay. And so anyways, it's kind of interesting to hear about this Potomac thing. I've been hearing a little bit, but I didn't hear that President Trump was getting involved with it. But anyways, so out there in Cincinnati, you guys have Great American Ballpark where the Reds play. Now, do the Bengals play there as well, or do they have their own little stadium of their own?
They have their own stadium. Used to be Paul Brown Stadium. It's been renamed. I can't remember what it's called now.
All right. So did the city of Cincinnati have to haul snow and pile it up somewhere like this? I mean, is that going on out there as well?
I do believe some of the downtown streets they had to do that.
So anyways, the thing they got going now is that they have a couple of these great big snow melters in there. They're actually tractor trailer type deals, and they bring them in. They're big power units that generate heat. And they have a big hopper, and they take the front end loader and dump the snow in there and melt it, and the water runs off, of course,
right down into the sewer system.
Right down the storm drains into the harbor. And so, anyways, it's like, well, why did you pile the snow up in these and have to do all this extra work when you probably should have just dumped the snow right in the harbor to begin with? And what they say is they can't do that because of all the contaminants in the snow. It's all the salt, and they say there's oils and stuff. But when they're melting it, where does it go?
It's not like they're same thing.
They're not filtering it. They're not taking any of the contaminants out when they melt it, or while the pile's sitting there melting. So I don't know. It seems like just another way to spend a lot of money and make a lot of hubbub, and and the thing is they had this great big mountain of snow to say, look what we did. We made this great big mountain of snow. We cleaned up all, and it's like, well, you could have just dumped it all in the water and been done and gone by now. And now, I don't know. So anyways, something else is going on, but yeah, out here in the country, we still got our snow, and actually the snow is actually creating fog at this point on it, because they have the warmer air moving in, and then the evaporation of the water out of the snow is cold, so it's going up through the warm air, and so we actually have fog, and it's just starting to really set in here right now, about half an hour or so ago or so 2:30 or so, and I'm sure it'll be all the way around. And I'm not sure. We had overcast skies all day today, so they said we're supposed to be up in the 50s for the high today, so I'm assuming the sun's going to try to break through this fog at some point, but it might take a while here with how thick this is going to get. And I don't know. They said there's a chance of rain Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I don't know. Multiple days here we got a chance of rain, so nobody said anything about that wind that you're talking about there. You just close the barn door out there and keep that wind out there your side of town. We don't need it come this way. I have any more going on, because at this point things started softening up here. The only good thing about the snow still on the ground is we had pretty decent frosting ground, so it's not letting the water penetrate into the ground there to loosen up all the dirt around the trees. So if we do get some wind, at least the trees got some stability with their root systems right now. And if anybody's looking to do it, if you get your little electric drill out and you've got yourself a maple tree, right about now is this time of season. If you want to go drill a hole in a tree, put a bucket there and let the sap run out of it, because you make yourself some maple syrup. The only problem with trying to make maple syrup, Your Honor, you know how we say it takes 1 inch of rain to make 10 inches of snow?
Yes.
It takes 1 inch of maple syrup is 40 to 1, Your Honor. It takes 40 gallons of sap to make 1 gallon of syrup. So you start boiling it down there. So, but there's something else we did another lifetime ago there. Used to make maple syrup. Imagine that. But anyways, Your Honor, I guess with all that nonsense there, we'll check out here and see if we can find our way to our parking spot in the fog. Might be glad I don't do any more than this today. I'm going to be done before you. I might be napping before you get ready for beer 30.
How about that?
Wow.
All right. Well, it's got a couple hours to get there, don't we? All righty. 844-844-3388. Who we got there? Rumble Strip checking in. Good morning, Steve. Starting my round from Minneapolis to Fargo. 34 degrees. The stars are out tonight. Have a wonderful day. All the drivers out there. Dave, good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew headed down here to Tarboro, North Carolina today. Hope everybody has a safe, wonderful day. Dave Hart on board. And then Crazy Ray was throwing a few comments out about this whole Guthrie thing. But weeks after the fact? Yeah, they're now flying a scanner that would possibly detect the pacemaker. Weeks later? That doesn't make a lot of sense. Couple of updates we can share from this past day. Here's TMZ, the television show TMZ, back in the mix. Yesterday saying they just received a fourth email from the individual claiming to know who had kidnapped Nancy Guthrie and where she is. Of course, they're not really buying it. TMZ said we have a proposition for that person. The email, they say, which had the same Bitcoin account as the other three, says in part, quote, I know what I saw 5 days ago south of the border, and I was told to shut up. So I know who he is, and that was definitely Nancy with them. He used the plural term. This is the second reference this individual's made that there's being more than one person involved. This third letter was received apparently on Friday. Now, the man says he has a burglary on his record from 10 years ago, so he's scared to come forward, presumably fearing he'd be implicated. But again, he was demanding $50,000 in Bitcoin up front in return for the information. Now, of course, the actual reward from the FBI is $100,000. It just makes it more confusing. But TMZ says if the individual who is writing us these emails is reading this, if you are for real, send us the information regarding the whereabouts of Nancy and her kidnappers. We will immediately forward the information to the FBI. If it leads to finding Nancy or the kidnappers, you then have a public record that you are the one responsible, thus ensuring you will get the reward. The FBI is aware that we are making this overture. Okay. Meanwhile, the president this past day kind of weighing in, saying that he's going to instruct the Justice Department to seek the death penalty if Savannah's missing mother is actually killed. During a brief phone interview with the New York Post, President Trump warned those responsible for the abduction of the 84-year-old must release her unharmed or face very, very severe, the most severe federal consequences. If she's killed, I will be instructing the Department of Justice to seek the death penalty. Of course, we know this case has drawn national attention. But those comments signal that the White House apparently is prepared to pursue federal charges in the case, which is common in high-profile kidnappings, particularly when interstate activity or federal statutes have become involved. Now, we know Arizona has the death penalty, although executions have been very infrequent in recent years. Of the 109 inmates that are right now on Arizona's death row, many of them have been there for decades. The state has carried out just 2 executions since 2022, following a nearly 2-year pause that was ordered by the Democrat-led state governor. That pause was lifted in late 2024. All right, 844-844-3388. That is the latest. Plenty of room for you here on a Taco Tuesday.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits. And EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, before we move back to other industry headlines and a Middle East update coming up next hour, there was one other development in the whole Guthrie thing this past day where apparently the Pima County Sheriff has cleared the Guthrie family members as possible suspects. That means Tommaso Cioni, which was Nancy's son-in-law, who was the last person to see her alive, has been ruled out as a suspect. The FBI raid on a home a couple miles from the Guthrie home over the weekend ended up being a nothing. 3 people who were detained. No arrest made there. There is still not an identified suspect. But the sheriff says the Guthrie family, to include all siblings and spouses, have been cleared as possible suspects in the case. The family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious and are victims in this case. To suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel. The Guthrie family are victims, plain and simple. So that was, again, official word this past day. Move on to see what's going on with Pappy this morning. What's happening?
I called BS, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
On this other email from this dude claiming he's got a burglary warrant from 8 years ago. That's why. Steve, listen to me, man. I'm telling you right now, for a fact, if this dude had the goods, right?
Mm-hmm.
He calls the FBI and says, man, I got the goods, but this warrant needs to be taken care of. This burglary charge needs to go away. Steve, that burglary charge
It's gone.
Go away.
It's gone. Okay.
Maybe not disappear totally, but You come into court, plead no contest. Judge will find you guilty. Not 1 day served in jail or prison and no fines imposed. Steve, I'm telling you, man. Know for a fact deals are made like this.
Okay, but then why is he asking for 50,000 Bitcoin when the reward's 100 grand anyway?
Yeah, right. So yeah, call BS on that. Man, Steve, you know what that daughter's going through, man.
Yeah, well, you know, she's looking. I mean, I don't think she's getting much sleep. She's really, it's taking a toll on her. You can tell.
And you know, we talk about victims of crimes, you know, and it's bad enough when you got, you know, a homicide in the families, and you got a dead person, right? But what this does to the family. And in this case, you know, the wondering, what are they doing to my mother? She's still alive. I mean, who was it? Somebody was on Hannity tonight. I caught a quick glimpse of it. That one female he always has on. There's the expert analysis female when it comes to solving crimes. I forget it. But she had a fiance that was murdered, and you know, she said everything going through this daughter's mind. You know, she made a comment
kind of driving her crazy. Hold the thought there, because we close out another hour, rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. News update brought to you by Industrial Injection since 1985. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
You money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Investigators are pursuing leads in Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, focusing on a man caught on her home security camera. Authorities say he wore a mask and carried a 25-liter backpack sold exclusively at Walmart. Law enforcement states he may have purchased the items locally or online. A DNA profile from a recovered glove could also help identify the suspect. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said dramatic changes are needed at ICE before a bill to fund the Department of Homeland Security moves forward.
Jeffries made the comment during an appearance on CBS's Face the Nation.
We know, and the American people clearly know, that ICE is totally out of control, and they need to be reined in because the American people deserve immigration enforcement that is fair, that is just, and that is humane.
Funding for the department lapsed early Saturday after lawmakers left Washington, D.C. for a 10-day recess without reaching a funding deal. At issue is the Democrats' push to reform ICE after the fatal shootings of 2 people by federal agents in Minnesota. Republicans say some of what the Democrats want, such as agents not being allowed to wear masks, are non-starters. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A bipartisan congressional delegation convinced Mexico's legislature to approve a joint military exercise there.
U.S. Marines will train with the Mexican Navy.
We're trying to get them specialized where they can fight the drug cartels.
Congressman Henry Cuellar of Texas was involved in the effort. The training starts this week and runs until April in the Mexican city of Campeche. It's a port on the Yucatan Peninsula. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
U.S. short track speed skater Andrew Hyo is one step closer to an Olympic medal.
Wasn't as fast as I would have wanted to, but I got the job done, finished in first, and moved on.
He won his heat in the 500-meter event on Monday in Milan to advance to the quarterfinals. Hyo returns Wednesday for a shot at the podium. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
In response to recent anti-ICE disruptions in Minnesota churches, multiple states are proposing felony penalties for interfering with worship services.
Several U.S. states are introducing legislation to make disrupting church services a felony, following anti-ICE protests in Minnesota. Ohio, Alabama, Idaho, and South Dakota are among states proposing stricter penalties, including prison time and fines. Republican lawmakers say the goal is to protect religious freedom while still respecting the right to peaceful protest. Supporters highlight recent incidents where protesters entered churches, sparking calls for clearer enforcement. USA Radio News, I'm Ron Warner.
Police say Monday's deadly Pawtucket rink shooting in Rhode Island may have stemmed from a family dispute. Witnesses described chaos as shots were fired, and investigators working to understand the motive. 3 people were killed, including the gunman. 3 others were critically injured. Oscar-winning actor Robert Duvall has passed away.
The legendary actor's wife announcing his death on Facebook, saying, "Yesterday we said goodbye to my beloved husband, cherished friend, and one of the greatest actors of all time." She went on to say Bob passed away peacefully at home, surrounded by love and comfort. Duvall died at home in Middleburg, Virginia. He starred in many classics, among them The Godfather, Apocalypse Now, and a host of other films. He also won the Academy Award for playing a former country music star in the 1983 film Tender Mercies. Robert Duvall was 95. I'm Liz Warner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop Shop for industrial injection torque lock injector cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Another hour underway. Yeah, it's a brand new day. Welcome into a Tuesday. For our listening friends on the West Coast, 17th day of February. All right, we left off there. Let me get back to Pappy. You're talking about the whole Guthrie thing, and as far as Savannah goes, I mean, she kind of came right out and admits she feels, I guess, guilt, like it's her fault that her mother got kidnapped, because of her profile status in the national spotlight. So I guess she's got guilt big time.
See, these are the things that run through your mind, unfortunately. And who knows? Probably not, honestly. But these are the things that run through your mind when she's laying there trying to sleep for the last 3 weeks. Wondering if her mother's still alive.
Yeah.
Wondering who took her. Is this the cartel that took her? Was it really a kidnapper? Is she alive? Is she dead? What are they doing to her? Are they feeding her? Are they torturing her? My God, man, could you just picture living like that for a couple of weeks? And, and these damn Democrats, man, that don't want to enforce the laws of this country. It's just all there is to it, Steve. They want chaos. They want crime in our cities. But they got a bigger agenda. Man, did you see? I know Eagle touched on it earlier. This little Munich powwow they had. Oh my God, Steve! I mean, anybody, right, with a 6th grade education, and you watch the interviews with AOC, right? She can't answer a question, right? If China attacks Taiwan. What kind of basically what's the United States' policy? Mm-hmm. She's just, man, it's just, and this is the person in our Congress, Steve, part of the DC swap, the old, I don't even want to degrade bartenders because bartenders got more intelligence than this woman. Who else was it? That 2 governors. There was that one, Widmer, is that her name? They asked her a question about how the Ukraine war, right? How do you see it ending? I like to pass on that question. Whoever was sitting across from her, he's more experienced in that than I am. And these are all people that are probably contemplating on running for president.
Correct.
And Newsom, you notice, and they brought this up on Hannity. I think it was Hannity. Boy, he didn't say the N-word, Steve. And I'm not talking about that N-word. I'm talking about using Nazi, right? He said everything but Nazi, fascism. You talk about, this is twice now. He left the United States, goes overseas, and just flat out dogs this administration. You know, in the past, that's something that usually the Republicans and Democrats kind of refrained from doing when the president was overseas, you know, and all that came apart when Trump went overseas. Steve, have you heard this? Remember, man, we talked about her. We talked about this. Remember the movie Pulp Fiction?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Remember The Fixer?
Yes.
They blew that dude's head off, and they had to get him in there to
clean it up,
straighten up the scene, clean it up. Well, The Fixer's back in the news media. Stephen, who is The Fixer? Do you remember? Named Kathleen Romler. Ring a bell?
Kathleen.
Obama's right-hand woman. Chief of Staff. Bongino called her the Fixer. We talked about her on the show. She called the Fixer because anytime Obama got in trouble, the Benghazi thing, right? That Secret Service scandal. I don't know if you remember that. Where were they? I forget where they were at. I guess they went to a bar and got drunk and was hitting up on some feet. And all that got thrown under the bus. She's out, you know, hitting the Sunday news shows, you know. It was just a video that was put out that insulted Islamics, which was all a lie. Did you hear this? I didn't know this until Bongino brought it up on his podcast. They arrested the main culprit in that Benghazi deal. The main guy that planted that attack.
I did see that about a week ago, wasn't it?
Yeah. He went on to say, I mean, because and rightfully so, I guess, a lot of people complaining, I guess, that there's what's being done, right? We're not seeing all these arrests and all this, and it's because the mainstream media isn't covering it. He went through a list of things that the FBI has done when he was in, right? A list of a bunch of stuff. Remember, we were talking about these chat rooms. This group called 764 that would go in and target children, try to get them to harm themselves, try to get them to harm a pet, commit suicide. Remember we talked about that?
Yes, absolutely.
They made thousands of arrests worldwide when it comes to that group and or groups associated. They go by multiple names, and they're obviously evil as hell, you know, but he went through and talked about all these arrests that they were making. And that was one of them. He said that was like day 2 in office. Kash Patel brought it up to Trump, and Trump said, go get him. Find him. Get him. I lost track back to Kathleen Rumber. Steve, the reason she's in the news now is because she's tied to this Epstein file thing.
Oh, boy.
She was a top attorney in a major law firm. I should have wrote it down. If I would say the name, you would know it. She resigned. Yes, sir. Yes, there was some emails found with her name attached to it. There's a lot of people resigning around the world because of this Epstein stuff. I know, what's his name? Hang on. War Room. Not Stephen Bannon. Alex Jones, Jesus peace. Steve, he's been covering this Epstein thing for 15 years. He was talking about it before Trump even ran for office the first time. And he got his hands on some stuff. I guess he's got his crew, right? All that stuff's available online.
Mm-hmm.
If you got the time and the patience and the people to go in and dig through all these emails and read them, you know. So his crew's been finding a bunch of stuff. And Steve, I mean, we're just talking satanic, evil stuff that I'm not even going to repeat on air here. That is associated with a lot of this Epstein stuff from world leaders, including people right here in all the United States of America here, people in high powers, not just Congress, but we talked about it, the educational oh, Steve, I almost forgot about this. We haven't talked a whole lot about this, about these principals and teachers pulling these kids out of classroom to go protest ICE.
Yeah.
See, they're telling them, and the reason there's 2 dead people is because they thought what they were doing was totally legal. That's what your government officials are telling people, see? So when they get arrested or shot, they're surprised. I don't know if you've seen the video of this teenage girl. I don't know what she did, but they decided they were going to arrest her. And what is she doing as soon as she gets the hand? I want my mommy. Did you see that video?
I had seen the story. I hadn't seen the actual video, but yeah, they say a girl starts screaming for mommy when she's arrested.
Yep. I reposted something. Somebody else posted. They posted that video on Facebook, and this lady gave commentary. Yeah, where is your mommy there, young lady? And Steve, not only that, think of this. When you went to White Oak Junior High School, where'd you go to elementary school at?
Struble.
Steve, if the class was going on a field trip and they were pulling you out of class, out of the school, what did they have to get?
Written permission slip.
Yes, sir.
And if you forgot to bring your slip, you were stuck sitting there by yourself all day.
Yes, sir. They didn't do that here, Steve. They pulled these kids out of class. Did you see the video? There's videos out there of these kids lined up on the sidewalk, and the principal, along with a few teachers, standing there. Now, Steve, these kids aren't just standing there holding signs, right? This lady came up and questioned the principal if he was working, and he was just ignoring her. He wouldn't answer her question, acting like he couldn't hear her. I don't know if you see this video or not. And she kept asking him, did parents give you permission to pull these kids out of school? And, Steve, the way the kids were acting, they were acting like whacked out leftists, flipping this lady off, right? One dude entered the street, and the teacher kind of pulled him back. He's flipping her off, calling her names, acting like typical Antifa little rioters. And these kids were put up to that, Steve. You know, they don't know what the hell they're doing out there. I mean, listen, man, I'm telling you right now, when I was in junior high school or elementary school, whatever it was, and the principal said, hey, man, we're going to get you out of school one day. We're just going to go over on this picket line. Oh, hell yeah, day out of school, let's go. You didn't care what it was about, man. It was just a day out of school as far as you're concerned. So what are these parents that have these children in these schools going to do about it? It's time for America to step up. Anytime you're in a situation where you can step up and take this country back, we need to do it. There needs to be lawsuits filed against these schools. Look, Steve, this had to come from the high ups, the Department of Education. Had to have. Because it's several schools all around the country, not just a couple little local schools, different states. So this was a coordinated attack. So who ordered it? Just think if something would have happened, Steve, if one of these kids would have got hurt and whacked out other kid, does a drive-by and shoots a bunch of these kids. That wouldn't go over too well, would it now? So, man, my suggestion, there needs to be some lawsuits. There needs to be some principals, some teachers fired ASAP. You just can't keep letting them get away with it, Steve. Well, I keep saying over and over and over. Little Mark Twain saying, evil exists when good men do nothing. All right, brother. But, not to be so negative, Steve, but there are good things happening, man. Did you see the GOP growth, the gross national product growth is up to 4, almost 5%? That was put out a couple days ago.
Positive numbers.
Positive numbers. When Obama was in office, it just made it to barely 3. And I know you were talking about jobs, but the job rates have went up.
Yes.
Jobs have increased. So things aren't as doom and gloom, right? Because the typical average Joe, Steve, is not falling for this whacked out craziness from the left. And we've seen it in the last election, and they keep up with their silly stuff. And they're just doubling down. I'm hoping, these midterms, people get out and take this midterm seriously, man, because usually it's the midterms and the incomplete that usually don't do so well, so to speak. So I'm hoping this midterms, man, we get out and rock it, crush it, and then crush it again in 2028. Because if these people get back in power, Steve, they already said it. We get back in power, you people are in trouble. They flat out came out and said, "Did you see Hillary Clinton too? Over in Munich? What the hell?
Yeah.
Well, come on, man. Go lay it down, lady." God. Oh, man. All right, bud. I appreciate you taking the call.
Have a good morning, Pappy. Watch your 6. Yeah, last week, President Trump got the director of National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett, to come out and set the record straight regarding the positive impact the administration's having on the national debt. He actually appeared on none other than CNN, stating, "We were in a fiscal situation completely out of control when Trump came into office. Now we've reduced the deficit by about $600 billion this year because of high growth, tariff revenue, and reducing the federal workforce. We've already reduced federal workers by 360,000 people. That's almost $30 billion in savings annually. And what the president's doing is taking a big step toward getting closer to a balanced budget. the kind of fiscal responsibility is something people have been asking governments of both parties to do for a long, long time. White House Deputy Chief of Staff James Blair also called out Politico for reporting that the president's policies are running up the deficit in a story which they headlined, U.S. debt forecast to hit $64 trillion in a decade as Trump policies widen the deficit. The January 2026 deficit is literally 35% lower than January of 2025. That is a fake headline, made up, he said. During the president's first term in fiscal year 2019, before the pandemic, the federal government spent $4.4 trillion with a $984 billion deficit. During Joe Biden's last year in office, way after the pandemic, the federal government spent $6.8 trillion with a deficit of $1.8 trillion. So the Biden administration, working hand in hand with the Democrat-led Congress, tacked on $2.4 trillion in annual expenditures. Matter of fact, the 2024 level of spending was $200 billion more than it was in 2020 on a bipartisan basis. Of course, the federal government appropriated trillions in pandemic-related spending. So Joe Biden and the Democrats never returned the annual expenditures to anywhere close to the pre-pandemic levels. The factual numbers tell the truth. But again, for those who read those headlines from the likes of, say, Politico, they're saying, well, Trump's doing a horrible job. $64 trillion in debt in 10 years. Yeah, it's 844-844-3388. All right, Jolly Green, it had been a while since we heard from you. We lost Jolly Green. Scrapyard dropped off. So lines available. Earlier, was it last night or maybe Friday morning, somebody was alluding to the fact it's a lucky thing we've got intelligent people in charge now because the southern border is shut down. Under the previous administration, we'd be talking a measles outbreak in this country. Measles spreading throughout Mexico, 9,000 plus confirmed cases, right? I don't know where this international traveler was from, but health officials in Pennsylvania warning this past day that some travelers may have been exposed to measles at Philadelphia International Airport after a person with the virus passed through Terminal E last week. Hold the thought, we'll give you more details ahead. First, this update on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, sponsored by Industrial Injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions, from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines, built for the trucks that can't afford downtime.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Authorities are using advanced technology in the search for Nancy Guthrie, including a signal tracking device on her pacemaker. The device, flown low on a helicopter, is intended to detect any signals from her heart monitor. Team USA looks to boost its medal haul in figure skating at the Winter Olympics. U.S. figure skater Isabeau Levito says her costumes are key to the performance.
Usually, my programs have a story behind them. Usually, they can be character pieces, but sometimes they're based off of movies.
4 Americans competed in the pairs free skate. Danny O'Shea and Ellie Kam are 7th. Spencer Akira Howe and Emily Chan 9th. In singles, Alyssa Liu, Isabeau Levito, and Amber Green skate in tomorrow's short program. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.92. Mono County, California is up to $5.63. Noble County, Oklahoma, $2.15. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled. and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MetaShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MetaShare is proven. You can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MetaShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There we go, back at it here. Taco Tuesday. Thanks for spending some time with us. 17th of February. Philadelphia. Word comes down from health authorities. The Philadelphia Department of Public Health said the infected person was in Terminal E on February 12th. So that would have been last Thursday, right? From 1:35 p.m. till about 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. They did not release the person's identity or vaccination status. Now, according to the health commissioner, we believe there's no threat to the general public associated with this case of measles. The risk is highest for people who have not received 2 doses of what they call the MMR vaccine, measles, mumps, rubella, because measles can remain in the air for up to 2 hours after an infected person leaves an enclosed space. Being among the most contagious viruses, spreading through direct contact with infectious droplets and through the air, which can make crowded indoor settings like airports and planes particularly risky. Symptoms typically begin with fever, cough, other flu-like signs, and then, of course, the distinctive blotchy rash. Most patients recover, but measles can lead to severe complications, pneumonia, brain swelling. It can be deadly, particularly in infants and those with weakened immune systems. So, the word they said, we encourage people who are possibly exposed to take action if they're not protected against measles. So that was last Thursday. Under industry headlines, Love's Travel Centers this past day announcing the opening of a new store in Mandeville, Louisiana, off I-12, exit 68. Love said this is the company's first location along Interstate 12. This is a 15,000 plus square foot location, 125 truck parking spaces, 8 diesel bays, 9 bobtail parking spaces. All right, you got showers, laundry facilities, a dog park, cat scales, Godfather's Pizza, and Hardee's. Just a few weeks ago, Love's announced they have plans of investing some $700 million into projects, including opening 20 new stores and remodeling 35 other locations here in the year ahead, 2026. Update on the UPS Teamsters, the latest fight between the two. UPS asked a federal judge to kill the Teamsters lawsuit over their $150,000 driver buyouts. Transportation capacity is tightening up, we know, but the biggest parcel carrier in the country is trying to pay some 340,000 union workers to walk away. UPS Friday asked a federal judge to throw out a Teamsters union complaint seeking to block the company from offering $150,000 voluntary buyouts to package car drivers. The company says any concerns can be adequately addressed through arbitration provisions that are already in the existing contract, and that courts should not intervene where a meaningful grievance process exists. Of course, the Teamsters, representing roughly 347,000 delivery and warehouse workers, suing UPS a week ago this past day in district court in Massachusetts, alleging the pending buyouts violate the national contract that was ratified in September of 23. The union's argument is the driver choice program was not negotiated, and anything that changes compensation or separation terms have to be bargained collectively. The Teamsters also say UPS is reneging on their contractual commitment to actually create 30,000 jobs, a quarter of which were supposed to come from moving part-timers to full-time status. Now, UPS's position is arbitrators have already ruled the National Master Agreement allows agreements with employees that don't specifically conflict with its provisions, and incentive programs like driver choice are not addressed in the contract. There was a federal court in Illinois last year denied a Teamsters Locals injunction against UPS and their first voluntary separation program on similar grounds. The backdrop, they say, is brutal. UPS cut 34,000 frontline positions last year and plan to eliminate another 30,000 this year while closing some 24 sort facilities. The driver behind the cuts is a 50% reduction in business with Amazon, which was the largest customer. But that $150,000 buyout offer applies to full-time U.S. drivers regardless of tenure, years of service, in other words, and that's on top of any pension and health care benefits that have been earned. So what do you say? That this isn't just a labor dispute. It's a structural reshaping of the parcel workforce. The Teamsters 2023 contract delivered historic wage gains, but those gains made UPS less competitive against the likes of FedEx and Amazon and regional carriers that are paying drivers far less. Now UPS is trying to right-size through buyouts, and the unions fighting to hold the line on the headcount commitments that were the core of that original deal. But ultimately, the outcome here sets precedent for every unionized carrier that will be negotiating ahead. So some interesting industry headlines. Meanwhile, there was, well, I guess some frightening moments for a driver that went briefly missing last week, who now tells police that his post-traumatic stress disorder may have affected his judgment in the actions that prompted the missing person report. 77 years old, Gordon Warschlinger was reported missing on Friday the 13th after missing a regular late-night delivery to St. John's, Michigan. According to ABC 12, Warschlinger frequently hauls milk for Ralph Morin Dairy in Port Hope to a facility in St. John's, but missed his 2 a.m. delivery time. A missing persons report was issued for Warschlinger on Friday, and police were actually asking the public for help trying to find the guy. Later that evening, he was found safe in a motel in Buena Vista Township without his milk trailer. The tanker was then located at a different motel some 30 miles away. Police now say there was no foul play or criminal activity against Warschlinger involved in his disappearance. It does claim some of his judgment and actions may have been influenced by PTSD-related effects from his military service some years ago. Something triggered something, right? Quickly moving to the Northeast, Estes expanding into the Pacific Northwest with the acquisition of a family-run company out of Washington. The press release announcing the acquisition was published last Thursday. Key Trucking is based out of Kent, Washington. They don't give details on how large or small this particular family-owned company is, number of drivers, number of trucks. But it's Key Trucking. Our priority was finding a partner that could provide good service and expanded opportunities to our customers while being a great home for our long-term employees. Estes is both, according to the owner of the family-run company, Key Trucking. Estes says they were excited to take advantage of an opportunity when they learned that the Castagno family was looking to retire from trucking. When we first learned that the family was considering retirement, we were immediately excited about the opportunity to integrate Key Trucking's dedicated transportation network into our growing footprint. All right, beyond expanding our presence into the Pacific Northwest and the greater Seattle metro area, This move strengthens our ability to support customers across the entire network. So, Estes, under the mergers and acquisitions. All right, lastly, under the industry headlines, there is a new bill in the House that looks to crack down on chameleon motor carriers. Representative Harriet Hagman of Wyoming introducing the Safety and Accountability in Freight Enforcement Act, otherwise known as the SAFE Act. H.R. 7539, which would direct the FMCSA to conduct a study on chameleon carriers and test an advanced automation tool to help enforcement identify the bad actors out there. Yeah, we know a chameleon carrier, a trucking company that illegally reopens under a new name and DOT number after being cited or shut down by the FMCSA. Under the bill, FMCSA would be required to submit a report on the study's findings within 1 year of the legislation's enactment. The report would include information about the prevalence of chameleon carriers and the estimated number of fatalities these companies have caused. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association supporting the bill. Todd Spencer stating chameleon carriers have undermined highway safety, damaged the professionalism of the trucking industry by evading enforcement, dodging penalties, and reopening under new identities. The SAVE Act takes decisive action to not only detect but crack down on these bad actors at the registration stage. We commend representatives' leadership in restoring accountability to the system. The American Trucking Associations and the Wyoming Trucking Association also voicing support for the SAFE Act. Chameleon carriers are a plague on our nation's highways, putting all motorists at risks, undercutting the vast majority of trucking companies that are responsible and follow the rules. According to the ATA's Senior Vice President of Legislative Affairs, safety is a priority for our members. That's why we're grateful for Representative Hagman's leadership to strengthen federal requirements and oversight. Chameleon carriers in the news. Clear lines, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your your fuel system. Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
I didn't even realize we're literally weeks away from the time change again. How could that be? There's less than a month before millions of Americans gain more of that precious daylight. Although it's still a couple weeks away, they say now's the time to start preparing for daylight savings time. This year, this spring DST takes place at 2 a.m. on Sunday, March the 8th. It's just like Saturday night into Sunday morning. Clocks spring forward an hour, giving most folks an extra hour of sunlight in the evening hours, obviously. So it starts to feel like the days get longer. Of course, the sun comes up, later in the morning. Meanwhile, about 9 before the hour, Daytona 500. Obviously, the feeling of winning the Daytona 500 is incomparable. The prestige, the bliss, the ecstasy. So many other words that can describe the winner's mood. That's something Tyler Reddick experienced on Sunday. The 2311 driver just won the 2026 iteration of the Great American Race. But besides the prize of glory, Reddick has little to look forward to in terms of the actual hard cash prize. The 68th running of the Daytona 500 had an upgrade. The purse for Sunday's race was a record $31,045,000 and some change, according to Racing News. That's up from $30,331,000 last year. But the race winner only gets a minuscule portion of the money. 5.16% of the purse. In other words, Tyler Reddick will pocket, after overcoming the carnage-riddled final lap that constitutes the taxes the 2311 driver's going to have to pay in terms of federal income tax. Reddick will need to roll out $585,000. NASCAR drivers are independent contractors. In other words, 1099 income, not W-2 employees. So the race purse is not ordinary income. At this level, the driver falls in the 37% top federal marginal bracket. Then there's self-employment tax, which amounts to $80,000. As independent contractors, drivers owe 12.4% Social Security. That's another $21,000. 2.9% in Medicare, $46,000 and some change, and an additional 0.9% Medicare surtax on high earners. Tyler Reddick can heave a sigh of relief only about the state tax. This is because Florida where the Daytona 500 takes place, does not impose that tax. So in total, the number 45 Toyota driver is going to have to pay $665,000 from his race winnings, meaning Tyler will take home $936,950, roughly 58% of the actual purse. The purse for this year, the largest in the 67-year history of the Great American Race. A $700,000 increase from last year. And while the financial burden of taxes does not dampen the victory, he does have a heavy prize to look forward to. That's not a bad payday, right? Just shy of $1 million all said and done at the end of the day. All right, rolling toward news break, couple of minutes away. We'll head out somewhere, I believe. Is it Moab, Utah? Senor Heatwave, what's going on?
Good morning, Senor. Not a whole hell of a lot. What was Bubba Wallace's problem? Someone said he quit like 2 laps to go. Man, why is that guy even out there if he's going to quit?
I don't know. Did he have an accident or something? I'm not sure. Supposedly he led much of the race. I didn't get to see it. I'm not sure what happened.
I've seen the crash highlights, and I don't know if he was actually in one or not, but they were saying another driver just quit, and he was 15th when he quit, and he finished 15th. It was like, all right, so you just don't know if it's an AI-driven story or not. Well, New Mexico has their gun restrictions bill is going in front of the Senate, and it looks like it's going to pass. And I don't know. We got a talk show host there in Albuquerque, and he seems to think that it's not going to affect gun buyers. Now, I really don't see how you can say that when it is indeed going to affect gun buyers. I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to make it to where it's not, you have to have a pistol and not one of those gas-powered recoil or firearms. So basically it's pull back on the hammer and let go. And I don't know, as much as the left, tells us one thing and something else actually comes out of this, I don't think anything good is going to come out of this.
Okay, well, hold that thought there, because we got to get a news break.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos says the family of Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today Show co-host Savannah Guthrie, is no longer considered a suspect in her February 1st disappearance. Nanos called the family cooperative and gracious, emphasizing they are victims in the case. Investigators continue searching for the 84-year-old woman who authorities believe was forcibly taken from her Tucson home. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has reassured European leaders the U.S. remains committed to its alliances.
Speaking in Slovakia Sunday, Rubio said the U.S. does not feel threatened to see NATO grow in its own capabilities in conjunction with the United States. He went on to say, "We don't want Europe to be dependent on the U.S., adding, "We want to be your partner." John Sommers, USA Radio News.
American skier Winter Vinecki is aiming for a podium finish in women's aerials at the Winter Games in Milan.
This winter is called a full, so it's a triple twisting, triple backflip.
She'll be competing in tomorrow's qualification round and returned for her second Olympics after finishing 15th in Beijing back in 2022. The finals are set for Wednesday. 2 police officers have been hospitalized after a shooting near a high school in Beech Grove, just outside of Indianapolis. The suspect remains at large at last check. Authorities are urging people in the area to shelter in place. No details have been released on the officer's conditions as the investigation continues. We got some bad news for tater tot lovers. There's been an expansion of a recall that began last year.
Nearly 650,000 pounds of tater tots now being recalled due to plastic contamination. This is an expansion of the December 3rd recall. The FDA says the compromised tots were distributed to food service operators and not grocery stores in 28 states. The product originated from McCain Foods in Idaho and sold under the Ore-Ida and Cisco brands. Health officials say the tots need to be tossed. I'm Bree Tennis.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Montana Governor Greg Gianforte and AG Austin Knudsen are investigating Helena over a sanctuary city resolution.
Montana Governor Greg Gianforte and Attorney General Austin Knudsen announced an investigation into Helena, Montana, for potentially violating the state sanctuary city ban. The state law prohibits local agencies from refusing to cooperate with federal immigration authorities. Gianforte says the probe is intended to ensure compliance and support law enforcement, while Helena maintains its resolution was legally reviewed. The move signals strict enforcement of immigration laws and sets a precedent for other Montana cities. USA Radio News, I'm Ron Warner.
A shooting at a Pawtucket, Rhode Island ice rink at a high school hockey game left 3 dead, including the suspected shooter. 3 others were critically injured. Police say it appears to be a targeted attack and possibly linked to a family dispute. 2 people were rescued from an avalanche chute in the Olympic National Park on Sunday in Washington State.
A 51-year-old woman fell down the avalanche chute and was injured. A 15-year-old boy suffered a knee injury trying to help her. Weather conditions prevented a helicopter rescue. 3 ground teams reached the woman after several hours. They were evacuated on a Coast Guard helicopter Sunday night and taken to a hospital. Their conditions haven't been released. I'm Brad Ford.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.92. Mono County, California is up to $5.63, while Noble County, Oklahoma, $2.15. And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There we go. Back. Get that final hour underway. Brand new day. It's a Tuesday. A couple hours ago, Santa Claus sent me an update. We've been talking about some of the passes out west being impacted by wintry weather. And Donner right now, according to Santa Claus Donner Summit, Caltrans updated their report. Chains, they say, are now required from Colfax, California, which is like the 1,800-foot level, all the way into Reno, Nevada. All right, so impacts, chain laws up there. Thinking about some of our listening, you know how we all become kind of a family here with some of the regular callers and all over the years. I don't know, it's going to have to find a time to maybe give Knucklebuster a call. If you'll recall, the last time he dialed us up was there on a Thursday morning, going into Super Bowl weekend. And after he checked in on the air, he gave me a personal call, letting me know I'm not going to call in Friday morning. Tomorrow morning would have been Tennessee's birthday. It would have been her first birthday since, obviously, she passed away last year, and said something about, I think I'm going to give my neighbor my keys, and I'm just going to get drunk. Just try to drown the sorrow away kind of thing, but and then haven't heard from him since. Knucklebuster, if you're out there, we're thinking of you, buddy. Now, he has been known from time to time to take a week off here and there. He said, well, I'm listening, but I didn't feel like calling in, so hope he's doing okay. All right, Heatwave back with us here.
Yes, sir. Thank you for holding me over. Yeah, so anyways, we got that going on in New Mexico with them trying to take guns away from us. And it's like, well, if you don't want a gun, don't get a gun. But if you want a gun and you legally get it, leave us alone.
Mm-hmm.
Go after the criminal element, because they're going to get guns. They don't follow the damn laws. Get them and put them behind bars when you catch them with a gun or with a gun in the operation of a crime. They're all saying, well, it's for the children. We need to protect our children and the rest. No, I don't know. I'd rather have a gun and not need it than need a gun and not have it.
Bingo.
So, yeah, exactly. And that jackass governor up there, Lujan Grisham, she just doesn't get it. And there's a lot of absolute blue voters that do not get it. They've been voting Democrat since God started the fire on the sun and Jesus was the fire.
Heat wave, you're out there in the hills of Utah. Yep, I think he lost his signal. Let's take you to an update from the state of Georgia here. I remember a couple weeks ago when the FBI rolled into the election office there. This past day, Georgia update, the counterfeit ballot probe. Back in the spotlight, they say, the long-standing explosive claim regarding the 2020 election and making waves again. After federal investigators take a fresh look at Georgia's voting records, for years, advocates of election integrity have pointed to a specific lawsuit that was filed by Sidney Powell that featured a detailed affidavit alleging that nearly 100% of counterfeit ballots identified in Fulton County were cast for Joe Biden. The original claims centered on witness statements describing the ballots that appeared pristine. In other words, didn't have any fold marks and featured dark gray watermarks instead of the standard transparent watermark. Witnesses at the time alleged these ballots were printed on a different paper stock and marked by a machine rather than by hand. In the extraordinary development, the FBI, of course, executed the search warrant last month, seizing hundreds of boxes of ballots and voting materials from Fulton County's central election hub. The unsealed affidavit reveals that federal investigators are examining potential deficiencies or defects, is the quote, in the 2020 count, including the claims of pristine and materially false votes. While previous state-level investigations by Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger reported finding no counterfeit ballots, the current federal probe is looking at whether records were destroyed or if a fair tabulation was actually deprived. Searching for the truth, critics note Fulton County has already admitted to lacking scanned images for all the ballots counted, a deficiency that investigators say could violate federal law if it was intentional. All this federal activity comes as the Georgia Court of Appeals recently revived a separate civil lawsuit from election skeptics seeking an outside review of the 147,000 original absentee ballots. Now, many of those claims were previously dismissed on the basis of standing, as they call it. The new legal and federal landscape in 2026 has opened the door for those allegations to finally be tested in a way many thought was impossible. All these years, the counterfeit ballot claim was being dismissed by the media as a rumor. Well, now we know, with the FBI seizing original materials and the courts reopening cases, the question of what really happened in Georgia is very much alive today. Someone suggested, what the hell would happen if it came back and Trump really had won that election? What do you do? It's too late now, right? But what kind of a precedent setter would that be? And then, of course, with all the talk of voter identification, right? Why is it that the Democrats, for some reason, feel that Well, it's a racist thing to require an ID to vote. I was looking, and you've probably seen this yourselves, the list of things that you cannot do without an identification. Number one, driving. How about simple as that? You can't board an airplane. You can't purchase a car. You can't rent a car. You can't purchase insurance. You can't buy train tickets. You can't get a passport. You can't pick up mail from FedEx, UPS, or the post office. You can't rent tools or furniture or equipment. How about the doctor's office, the hospital? You can't donate blood. You can't buy certain over-the-counter cold medications. You can't apply for school or a job. You can't apply for a professional license. You can't get married. Hell, you can't even check out a book from the library. And that's just the beginning. You can't establish your utility accounts. You can't put the water in your name, the light bill, the electric, the cable, you name it. You can't cash a check. You can't get a credit card. You can't apply for a mortgage. You can't buy a house. You can't rent a hotel room. You can't buy a cell phone. You can't enter a federal building. You can't even cash that lottery ticket. The big lottery ticket, over $500 in the state of Ohio. The large lotteries. On and on it goes. You can't buy a firearm. You can't adopt a pet. You can't apply for a hunting or a fishing license. You can't join the gym. You can't buy annual tickets, season passes to the amusement park. You can't vote in a union election. The simple thing, you can't buy cigarettes, you can't buy liquor, you can't get in the casino. But for some reason, Democrats say it's wrong to force someone to have an identification to vote in a federal election. And Pappy said one other thing, and this was kind of in our local news. He mentioned that, I think, last night. You can't get a free coat. There's a coat drive taking place. For people in need. If you want a free coat, you got to have an identification. There you go. Taco Tuesday. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hotshot Secret Nation. Well, eventually, it always happens even in moderation. Doctor said back off on the coffee. So that's what we're doing. Just more ice water during the day out of the Yeti. But we're at 38 this morning, going to 57 a high, 31 to 51 for Newaygo, Michigan. And another big shout out to Knucklebuster and all the veterans out there. Take it easy out there today. Be safe and Semper Fi. There you go, from Truck and Phil this morning. Hey, what's going on, Buster?
I would get heat wave. Give them some advice there when you're up and down those hills out west. I always like to stop on top of a pass to maybe urinate or get a nice feel, but also have good audio for Steve Sommers. When you're out there, how those things bounce off and stuff. Yeah. It's kind of funny.
Utah, Arizona, Utah, several of those western states can't keep a signal.
The $1 Million Mile Road going north of Durango. Awesome. So, Knucklebuster, I was listening when you called in that Thursday. And, I hope you had a good time with that. I think it was key, thank God. And we need to see you, Bus, down there at the Matt thing. And, Steve, hopefully you get somebody from the Matt show to come on and push your show before the 26th, and everybody, mind you, go to the website, get your free pass before the 26th, and if you don't come, possibly you might be able to give it to somebody else
but they may ask to see your ID. Yes, they do ask to see your ID when you cash in your online wallet, Inkbot. But
surprise,
stuff,
surprise.
I was listening to. I didn't want to release the post celebration this morning with NASCAR, and the owner, the $6 billion man. All he has to do, if the guy's got a problem paying that kind of tax, just see the owner, 21, and he'll give you a $600,000 increase to your salary for being this race car driver. That's no sweat for that dude.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I was listening to Road Dogg this morning, and the guy who took over for Nemo, the lady from St. Christopher called in and gave us the bad news that Dr. John passed away on Sunday.
Right.
And she was just, I used to be their driver in Knoxville at the occupational health. So, and then we'll always see him every year, the last few years at the math thing. So, but she's saying that, he just passed away, thank God, and no long-term illness. But Nemo was getting more and more, Father Time, but I believe this has really hurt him to have Dr. John pass away, because we're all missing him, going to miss him next month. But I believe that probably spurred him to say, I'm hanging it up.
Well, yesterday they knew yesterday was going to be his final show, but then I guess that's not the news he wanted to get on his final broadcast there. Because he and Dr. John, they're the ones that set up the St. Christopher Fund to begin with.
They are tight. And I hope you hear talk that Nemo's going to come by to hang out at the thing, and just like all the other retired truck drivers that we've been listening to on your show, and I hope you guys are doing something. Let's all get together and just have a fellowship. I'm going to be there now on Thursday morning, so love to hear anything that Hot Sauce and the trucking community is going to do to salute any of you really good guys in the profession, being 18-wheelers, and all I am is a package car. Great one. So on the way home this evening, I had my wife drop me off to the office a lot of times because I'm only about 10 minutes away, and I said, well, Jewel, now if I do take the retirement and buy it, our insurance is going to go up to $500 a month for each of us, because we don't have that company insurance no more.
Mm-hmm.
And she didn't know it was going to be that expensive. But that was what I heard from other drivers who has retired in the last 10 years, that your government health care, you'll start seeing a $500 layout where if you stay with the company, you got, we're blessed to have good insurance. And
Mm-hmm.
so anyway, we'll see what happens.
You heard anything from any drivers that took the buyout last year, which I think in most cases would be a whole hell of a lot less than if they wouldn't have taken the buyout last year. They could have got $150,000 this year.
Right. Everybody that took that first buyout that was eligible were burned out. They didn't have the passion. I bet they did more grievances than President Biden did, So, those who stay around, but one, they miss about a year or two. And then there's people like me who just love my job, my company. I love the competition, and I talked to the union president out of K-Town, and when they first came down, I heard you on your show, and he said he's afraid it's going to be a lot of people take the offer this time because they've reached another 2 years of greatness, and you can't beat that. But I had my wife to contact our financial advisor and see if I did want to do that. And right now it's 50-50. I think I want to make a sheet, the yes and the no's. And some of it's going to be mental health and physical and being busy. That's the pro side of not taking the buy, because Father Time will eat you up if you don't stay busy. And but anyway, I was going to see if I could just work every day until December 24th, then take the buyout on December 26th, and that would go us in 2027, and then put it maybe in an escrow account or something. I'm trying to avoid the taxes.
Mm-hmm.
And Steve, in closing, think about these drivers who does take it this year. If I leave after 6 months, or whatever. They've already got $40,000 or so. So now that makes them the yearly salary they have going to the tax doctor with is $200,000. And God, hey, Steve, do some research. What is the outtake on taxes for $150,000? I assume maybe $50,000 to $40,000, but looking forward to hearing that. And anyway, thanks for the knowledge again. I woke up when I heard you talking about the union thing and the taxes on the NASCAR drivers. So, man, awesome to talk with you. And you all have a blessed day.
Buster, thanks for checking in. You do the same. Safe travels out there. All right, 844-844-3388. Yeah, I so well remember the scene. I love the smell of napalm in the morning. Apocalypse Now, Robert Duvall, right? 95 years, though. I mean, you got to say he lived a full life. His wife released a statement on Facebook Monday morning, stating Bob passed away peacefully at home, surrounded by love and comfort. Yesterday, we said goodbye to my beloved husband, cherished friend, and one of the greatest actors of our time. To the world, he was an Academy Award-winning actor, a director, a storyteller. To me, he was simply everything, she writes. His passion for his craft was matched only by his deep love for characters, a great meal, and holding court. For each of his many roles, Bob gave everything to his characters and to the truth of the human spirit that they represented. He leaves something lasting and unforgettable to all of us. Thank you for the years of support that you showed Bob and for giving us this time in privacy to celebrate the memories that he leaves behind. Robert Duvall. Now, he didn't have what they call the leading man looks, but few character actors enjoyed such a long, rewarding, unpredictable career in leading and supporting roles. From an itinerant preacher to Joseph Stalin, beginning with his 1962 film debut, Boo Radley, the reclusive neighbor in To Kill a Mockingbird. Earned 7 Academy Award nominations over the years. Best Actor Prize for Tender Mercies that came out in 1983. He also won 4 Golden Globes, including one for playing the philosophical cattle drive boss in the 1989 miniseries Lonesome Dove. And they say that was one role that he often cited as one of his favorites. But from The Godfather to Apocalypse Now to The Days of Thunder, 95. Yeah, he was one of the good ones as well. 844-844-3388. Coming up, what do we got? The two-time world champion bull hauler, Plowboy, joins us as well. And did you realize pulling season is back underway? The NTPA report as the new year kicked off over the past weekend. But first, we'll get an update news on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, brought to you by Industrial Injection. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help it keep working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com. There you go, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos says the family of Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today's Show co-host Savannah Guthrie, is no longer considered a suspect in her February 1st disappearance. Nanos called the family cooperative and gracious, emphasizing they are victims in the case. Investigators continue searching for the 84-year-old woman who authorities believe was forcibly taken from her Tucson home. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has reassured European leaders the U.S. remains committed to its alliances.
Speaking in Slovakia Sunday, Rubio said the U.S. does not feel threatened to see NATO grow in its own capabilities in conjunction with the United States. He went on to say, "We don't want Europe to be dependent on the U.S., adding, "We want to be your partner." John Sommers, USA Radio News.
American skier Winter Vinecki is aiming for a podium finish in women's aerials at the Winter Games in Milan.
This winter is called a full, so it's a triple twisting, triple backflip.
She'll be competing in tomorrow's qualification round and returned for her second Olympics after finishing 15th in Beijing back in 2022. The finals are set for Wednesday. 2 police officers have been hospitalized after a shooting near a high school in Beech Grove, just outside of Indianapolis. The suspect remains at large at last check. Authorities are urging people in the area to shelter in place. No details have been released on the officers' conditions as the investigation continues. We got some bad news for tater tot lovers. There's been an expansion of a recall that began last year.
Nearly 650,000 pounds of tater tots now being recalled due to plastic contamination. This is an expansion of the December 3rd recall. The FDA says the compromised tots were distributed to food service operators and not grocery stores in 28 states. The product originated from McCain Foods in Idaho and sold under the Ore-Ida and Cisco brands. Health officials say the tots need to be tossed. I'm Bree Tennis.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Montana Governor Greg Gianforte and AG Austin Knudsen are investigating Helena over a sanctuary city resolution.
Montana Governor Greg Gianforte and Attorney General Austin Knudsen announced an investigation into Helena, Montana, for potentially violating the state sanctuary city ban. The state law prohibits local agencies from refusing to cooperate with federal immigration authorities. Gianforte says the probe is intended to ensure compliance and support law enforcement, while Helena maintains its resolution was legally reviewed. The move signals strict enforcement of immigration laws and sets a precedent for other Montana cities. USA Radio News, I'm Ron Warner.
A shooting at a Pawtucket, Rhode Island ice rink at a high school hockey game left 3 dead, including the suspected shooter. 3 others were critically injured. Police say it appears to be a targeted attack and possibly linked to a family dispute. 2 people were rescued from an avalanche chute in the Olympic National Park on Sunday in Washington State.
A 51-year-old woman fell down the avalanche chute and was injured. A 15-year-old boy suffered a knee injury trying to help her. Weather conditions prevented a helicopter rescue. 3 ground teams reached the woman after several hours. They were evacuated on a Coast Guard helicopter Sunday night and taken to a hospital. Their conditions haven't been released. I'm Brad Ford.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.92. Mono County, California is up to $5.63, while Noble County, Oklahoma, $2.15. And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Yeah, try to remember. Wasn't it Wasn't it Bill on the Pizza Shuttle Express? Yeah, that was pulling for Natalie Decker there in NASCAR over the weekend, who raced the Saturday race. I guess she got taken out in one of the incidents there, but she raised some eyebrows, before race time there. I guess that's she and her husband. Out there, she unzips her fire suit and takes it down to her waist. Well, she had a bra on, thank goodness. Whoop! But that was pretty comical. Just she unveiled a nice set of knockers there. Thanks, Natalie. I think she's from Eagle River, Wisconsin, if memory serves. Okay. My new favorite NASCAR driver. Two-time world champion bull hauler. What's going on, Lauren?
Morning, Steve. How are you?
Doing well.
Good. Hey, before I get to what I was going to talk to you about, I think Robert Duvall's greatest role was that of Augustus McCrae on Lonesome Dove there, and everybody probably knows that was based off a true story of Charles Goodnight and Oliver Loving, and about how Oliver Loving was shot by Indians in New Mexico and ended up dying in Fort Sumner, and they just kind of took all that and built the story around it. So one of the greatest westerns I've ever seen. But hey, I wanted to bring something up here. You were talking taxes, and my late father years ago bought this out in an area in Colorado, south of Pueblo, called Colorado City, and they developed that area out to a certain part of it, and then the rest of it's just all kind of pasture land. And I didn't realize he and my mom had that in their name, and they got divorced over 40 years ago, and for whatever reason, her name stayed on it. But anyway, my mom lives in Missouri now, 91 years old, and she called me and produced this letter she got from the state of Colorado saying there was like $112 in taxes owed on this little lot. So yesterday, being President's Day, I didn't get a deal with it yet. But the letter that I have in my hand here, Steve, interestingly, if we were to pay the taxes straight to Pueblo County, you would send them to a P.O. Box 312, but the address is Salt Lake City, Utah. And for the Pueblo County Treasurer, and I've never heard of a out-of-state agency taking property taxes from another state. Is that kind of a common thing? Does anybody know, or have you ever heard of that?
I've never heard of it. Yeah, that would be a new one to me.
Yeah, this letter's got the state stamp on it, and that it's got the picture of Kim Archuleta, and it even has address of the county treasurer. It has a physical address on 10th Street down in Pueblo, but where you send the money to Salt Lake City. So I'm going to have to call them today and find out why that is. But I didn't know if there's anybody down in that area of Colorado that's paid property tax that knew if that was a legitimate address or not.
Right. I mean, we had Dean on the other night. We were talking about some of the scams out there, but I mean, most of the scam things are emails and texts. Yeah, but you got the actual physical letter, though, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I mean, it's got all of it's got all the information on it, and it looks to me like it's legitimate. And the only reason I couldn't get a hold of anybody yesterday was because of President's Day, and you know how the government is.
Yeah,
cloud passes in the sky, they take the day off, you know.
Right.
And so I was just going to put that out there to see if anybody had ever seen that before. And, you know, I'm going to call them today, of course, and see what we got to do to get all this taken care of. But I'm just curious as to why they're, putting that out to another agency to pick it up that's out of state, or if that's something those western states do. I don't know.
Well, it's a good question. I have no answer, that's for sure.
Well, if I find out, I'll sure let everybody know, because I'll get them on the phone, like I said, and because that's if you're having to pay, if you're in a state that's struggling, to pay pensions or anything like that, and that money's going to an out-of-state entity, and then getting funneled back, you're paying. It's just like a majority of these toll roads that these states own. They don't really own them anymore. It's a foreign outfit owns a lot of these toll roads, and then they just pay the state back a percentage of the money there.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, Steve. Well, I'll let you go. If anybody had any experience with that, I'd sure like to know about it. So have a good evening.
Hey, thanks for checking in, Lauren. Appreciate you tuning in, as always, being a part of the show. As Plowboy does the same thing here. Let me see. Got to click the mouse. Hello, Plowboy.
Well, good morning, Steve. How's it going, bro?
Doing all right.
Good. About ready to wrap it up. What, 15, 20? Yeah. You were naming off all the places we couldn't go without an ID.
Yes.
I was trying to call in about that time. Did I miss it? Can you and I and Pappy and Grump and take that 2-time bull hauler, can we go visit Chucky Schumer and then go to the DNC National Convention without an ID?
Hell no.
But we are going to be able to walk in with a baseball bat and change our minds, can't we?
Mm-hmm.
No, we're going to jail. I mean, these jackasses, you can get a fishing license without it.
Exactly.
Why are they trying to pull the wool over? But I don't think we'll ever hear the finalization of the 2020 Georgia election. Because if we've won, and we all think, and we all basically know we've won, don't you think that would be the biggest damnedest upheaval there's ever had been? Because would that not rewrite all the bills, all the auto pen signings that Dum Dum did while he was in there? Because they don't want it to get out. I don't think it could get out just because they're afraid of it. They're afraid of us. But I don't know. I'm just something I was sitting there thinking about it. Yeah, Lauren, call that sheriff office or call wherever that office is at, because scam artists are galore out here, and I've had 3 scammers trying to get a hold of me, and and they act like they're next door to me. That's the damnedest thing. But I'm like Lauren. I never had heard of someplace out of state, Utah, no, sir. But I don't know. And then again,
it does sound kind of odd to me, but well, he said when he finds out, he'll give us the rest of the story.
Oh yeah. Now I'm just sorry I was not awake or here at work that night when y'all had Brother Michael's on, and I'd love to listen to him. I've used him before, and he's good. Everybody jump on his bandwagon and get the money to him, get your paperwork to him. He's never done me a bad day, and I really appreciate it. Other than that, that's all I guess. By the way, Knuckle Buster, crap that damn phone and dial us up. We want to hear about it. What's going on down there in your neck of the woods?
Mississippi. Yes, indeed. Yeah. I'm going to have to try to ring him up today. The thing is, I mean, I'm the hours that I'm available. He's pretty much retired now. And it's like, okay, I think about him, and next thing you know, I've gone to bed, and then 10, 11, noon, whatever it is, and I forgot to give him a call. And I don't want to, I get up, come in there, I'm sitting here, it's 10, 11 o'clock, and I said, he might be in bed now. I don't want to call him that late, and maybe I should just wake him up, right? Give him a call at 5 o'clock in the morning. But he's in Central Time. Plowboy, this one will make you think as well. I can't recall if it was Gilligan or someone else posted this past day, said things that make you wonder. You've got lawmakers, and it's not a fictitious. Democrats in Virginia have introduced legislation for the 2026 General Assembly session to restrict ICE operations, enforcement operations near the polls, the voting locations. Here's a question. Why would an illegal alien be at a polling location? I don't know if illegals are they allowed to be a poll watcher? Or are Democrats concerned that illegal voters are going to be apprehended at polling locations, right? Did they even think this through? This is like the Democrat lawmakers are suggesting illegals might be at the voting locations. House Bill 1442, introduced by Delegate Alfonso Lopez of Arlington. It's called the 40-foot rule, prohibiting any person from acting to enforce federal immigration laws within 40 feet of any building used as a polling place or a meeting place for an electoral board for certifying results or a location for an election recount. Proponents argue the presence of Immigration and Customs Enforcement agent near voting locations could intimidate eligible voters, and that the Commonwealth has a duty to ensure free and fair elections without fear. Am I missing something? Now, is this for maybe like local elections? I know in some places they're allowing, not for the federally, not for like House of Representatives, Senate, or President. Not illegals can't vote. Some places are allowing illegals to vote in their local elections. I'm a little confused by that, but it's the deal, the real deal.
Finally, truck and tractor polling is back. This is the NTPA Overnight Report from the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio. I'm Greg Hunter. The 2026 polling season is officially here. Some regulars on the NTPA schedule made the trip to the National Farm Machinery Show in Louisville. The custom-built track with a mixture of different clay was full of action from Wednesday through Saturday last week. The track was short, but the horsepower was big. The win in Superstock tractors went to the 2025 Grand National champ Terry Blackburn, winning both the prelim and the finals. In limited pro stocks, Adrian Cox went just over 234 feet for the win in his Hickory Hooker. High maintenance piloted by Josh Miley took the win in Super Farms with a hook of just over 231 feet. In two-wheel drive trucks, the distance of 226 was enough for Matt Seitz and his Buckeye Hooker 2 to lock up the win on Saturday. And rounding out the classes in Louisville were the modified four-wheel drive trucks. With a hook of 236, Larry Peterson aboard Profab Geared Up took the win. Up next on the NTPA schedule comes in 3 weeks, the Yoder Popcorn Invitational in Fort Wayne, Indiana. We've talked about this weekend before, as it's a weekend of polling and monster trucks. Now we know the classes of pullers that are making their way to the Hoosier State. Pro Stock tractors, two-wheel drive trucks, mini modified, light Pro Stock, hot farm, and Pro Stock diesel 4x4 trucks all take to the indoor track at the Allen County Memorial Coliseum. If you want to catch all 4 shows, it's polling Friday at 7, Saturday at 1 it's monster trucks, polling again Saturday at 7, and monster trucks Sunday at 2. Both nights of polling will also be live on Full Poll Live. Following the Yoder Popcorn Invitational, it's the Southern Swing on the calendar, and it'll be big. Friday the 13th, Zellwood, Florida will be hearing the roar of NTPA polling. The first hook is at 6:30 with Pro Stock 4.1 tractors, Super Stock diesel trucks, mini modified and light modifieds all taken to the track, with the same classes the following night at the same time. And then the following week, the pullers move to Satsuma with the same classes both Friday and Saturday. Some names committed to making the trip to Zellwood and Satsuma. For Super Stock diesels, it's Craig Dickey, 4.1 limited Pro Stock pullers Steve Bausma, Nick Galetz, and Stephen Long, mini modified pullers Jeff Hurt, Cody Edwards, Troy Arnett, and Chase Richardson. Light modified includes Terry Feiss, Johnny Payne, and Les Corporal. Superstock diesel trucks will have Marshall DeBrew and Jeremy Yoder. And the best part of these hooks? Back-to-back weekends, and if you can't make it to Florida to see them in person, you can see them live on Full Poll Live. We've waited long enough, and now pulling is back. Unfortunately, after the Southern Swing, pulling takes a break as farmers head back to the fields, so make sure you catch the action either in person or on Full Pull Live. This week on NTPA Championship Pulling, you can relive the 2025 Enderley Pull-Off. The biggest horsepower and the best drivers hit the track for the 2025 titles. Don't miss NTPA Championship Pulling every Wednesday at 8 on RFD TV. If you don't have RFD TV, you can download the app and watch pulling from the palm of your hand. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All right, let's jump over to, I do believe, the Moon Runner. What do you say, Moon Runner? Good morning.
Hey, morning, Steve. That deal Lauren was talking about on his paying his property taxes to that place in Utah, it's probably legit, but there's a lot of what they call them third-party payment providers or something along those lines. A lot of these states and counties and water companies and stuff are farming it out to these other payment providers. That way they don't have to worry about having all the overhead themselves to put up with all that stuff.
Okay, so they don't have to hire staff to be there to take care of it all. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, see, my water company does that. Their head office is in Coweta, Oklahoma, but you send the payment in to a place over in Fayetteville, Arkansas. So there's a, I guess they get a percentage, whatever the bill is, they get a percentage, for the payment to take care of all that crap for them.
Got it. Yeah. That
would more like that deal he got's probably legitimate, but I would definitely call like he said he was going to do.
Very good. Everything else going all right, Moon Runner?
Yeah, just out here heading back from Dallas, back up to Tulsa.
Well, safe travels. Thanks for checking in. Appreciate you being with us here this early Tuesday. Meanwhile, in Cuba, they ain't got no fuel, right? There's no fuel to fuel the garbage trucks. What happens when your trash starts piling up along the streets? That's the case. Garbage piling up in Havana, attracting hordes of flies, reeking of rotten food. One of the most visible impacts of the U.S. bid to prevent oil from reaching the Caribbean's largest island. The state-run news outlet reporting that in Havana, only 45 of their 106 garbage trucks could operate due to the fuel shortages. You've got garbage, boxes, bags, plastic bottles, rags piled up on corners. Some of the residents sorting through waste looking for scraps they might be able to reuse. And people, motorists, pedestrians, having to try to get around all the piled up trash. One resident said it's all over the city. Jose Cruz says it's been more than 10 days since a garbage truck has run. In other towns, now this is going on in Havana, you got to wonder about the others. We're talking home to about 11 million people. Residents taking to social media warning about the risks to public health. Cuba's government has implemented rationing measures to protect what they call essential services. Of course, a country that was already suffering severe shortages of food, fuel, medicine. Their oil supply has fallen off dramatically in the last couple of months. Venezuela has effectively been cut off from sending shipments. That was once their top supplier. Mexico's government also said they're halting shipments after Washington threatened tariffs against any countries that send supplies to Cuba. There was a Russian newspaper last week reporting that Moscow was preparing to send crude and fuel cargoes to the communist-run island in the near future. They did not give a specific date. Of course, we have had an embargo on Cuba since the 1960s. But in recent months, the Trump administration has really cracked down, sanctioning any vessels that are shipping oil to Cuba, threatening tariffs on any suppliers, hoping this is going to pressure some political change in the country. Now, as far as the United Nations goes, they have long voted for the U.S. to end the embargo. Leaders from Mexico and Venezuela said blocking fuel could have serious humanitarian impacts on the country there. But got to admit, with the garbage piling up on the streets and things of that nature, you could begin to see outbreaks of disease, things of that nature. So there you go. That is the latest. Hello to 5-7. As I look up, I know he's on board this morning, but we're fresh out of time. As I take a look at the clock here, got to close things out. So thank you so much for spending some time with us here. Tuesday, we'll come back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. What'll it be? What do you think? Hey, Mike. It'll already be hump day. And we could start thinking about, hey, the weekend will be just around the corner, right? So hope you can join us for our next edition. Meanwhile, be safe. Safe travels, and we'll see you again. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah.